build up our health company called Health Code Co. In more recent years, we've transitioned to coaching, and we just did not know where to start. And we heard about Dan Henry probably about a year before we actually signed on with him. Initially, I actually thought it was an American scam, but then we scavenged all our money and paid, and we were so happy with the result. We actually got 5 clients on our first amateur whiteboard webinar, and we just did not think that was possible.
I'd need like a nap on the couch after every coaching call because I was just wrecked. And with the material that Dan gave us before this, I went through all of that and I was like, what am I even doing with my life? Like, what is this? I gotta like get on these people's levels. So I put my price up to 5,000, made a sale within like a day or two. And then on day 3, I just like something that Dan said clicked with me, and I was like, why am I doing this for 5,000? Like, I'm literally changing people's lives here. What the hell is wrong with me? Okay, 10K. We have to go all in with this. I have to make this happen. So I'm really grateful, Dan. I'm really terrified, but I have a philosophy that is, if I feel some fear, I have to run towards it. I can't shy away from that. And that's served my clients really well, and it seems to be serving me well so far. So
if you're anything like me, you are constantly getting ads from different coaches and gurus telling you can make millions of dollars, and I bought into it all. I purchased multiple programs, I worked for hours and hours, and after 6 months, I didn't have my business set up. I literally had nothing to show for it. I did though book 3 potential calls, and you literally cannot make this up. The first guy hit his head on a lamb and canceled our appointment and never showed up. The second guy Zoomed me from his car and then told me that he couldn't afford the program because he lived in his car. And the third person just never showed up. The quality of the calls were terrible. It wasn't a good match for me, and I was completely frustrated. I ended up seeing someone online who I know talk about Dan Henry's program. I had been seeing Dan Henry's ads for months and months, and I just decided I didn't want to work with him. I thought he was narcissistic. I thought he was a little over the top. I didn't necessarily think that we had similar styles. But as a last resort, I said, I will do one more program, and Dan Henry's is going to be it. And I am so glad I did. Within the first week, I had a full template. I knew exactly blueprint, knew exactly what to do. And Dan gives you what he used to build his multi-million-dollar business. It's all tested. He makes sure that he tested it, and it gets you up and running extremely fast.
I did not use Dan's program as a program for an agency. I used it for my own music business. So I just want to let everyone know that the strategies inside this program, you can apply them to your own business. After implementing all this stuff, I've been able to scale up my own music business into a place that I'm very happy about it. It's definitely changed my life.
Different things work for different people. What worked for us was just over delivering for our initial clients, following through on what we learned, investing in our education from one course to the next, building upon each other. So, that's all it took. Some grit, some grind, some over delivering, and just following through on what we learned from Dan.
I'm a doctor, and I spend all day trying to diagnose my patients' problems and what's going on with them. But the real problem that I had was diagnosing the problem that was going on in my business. And so Dan Henry and his team were able to help me kind of figure out what was going on, how to work on my messaging. And he was kind of the business doctor, if you will. And he was able to help me figure out what was going on in my business, how to diagnose it correctly, and come up with a treatment plan in order to get me the results that I wanted.
So if someone is on the fence about investing in anything that Dan Henry puts out, just don't think about it, okay? And if you say that you don't have the money, that's just an excuse. You can find the money, right? Money is just a byproduct of the end result that you want. So if you want it bad enough, you want to get those results, then follow someone who's going to be able to take you to the next level. And my personal opinion is there's no one better in the industry than Dan Henry right now to be able to teach you how to do that. So just go all in, jump straight into the water and not worry about what the results are going to be, because if you put the action in, his coach is going to get you the results that you want.
Dan Henry. Dan Henry. Dan Henry.
Dan Henry.
Dan Henry.
Dan Henry.
Put your hands together. together and welcome to the stage, Mr. Dan Henry.
He went from pizza boy to millionaire.
I've known Dan Henry for a long time. I've known of him for a long time. And I finally reached out to him. I was like, Dan, come on. Bro, please, please, please.
I had Dan Henry speak at my event because I knew that Dan Henry was going to deliver a tremendous amount of value to those in attendance. When you've got someone like that who has the experience, who knows exactly what to do, what to say, when to say it, how to say it, and has been able to help others get the results that he's been able to help his clients get.
You know, you can tell he knows what he's doing. The man is an expert, and he's been there and done that. So he's not trying to conjure up some slides or conjure up some, you know, fancy ways to explain something to somebody. He just knows what he knows, and he knows it really well.
He puts things so simply so that it really applies to your business and you can just think with it.
I was selling an identity. I was teaching people how to become the person that buys my products as a part of who they are.
And not only are they going to learn killer strategies that's helped him build a major big business in the industry, a ton of influence, but he's also going to fire them up so they come out of the event and go, oh my God, this one talk was worth the whole event in itself. And that is why Dan is one of the few guys I would recommend.
Everyone loves Dan, and he's someone that his name alone, it brings so much value, right? Because he's one of the OGs. And so when he stepped off, everyone stood up, everyone was clapping. So many people were meeting him at the back to take pictures, so on and so forth. And then Dan stuck around. A lot of these speakers, they don't stick around.
I think conference organizers hired Dan because he's genuine and he's relatable. And he's talking about a topic that entrepreneurs have to engage in. Otherwise, they are going to struggle for much longer than they have to. And so he just brings so much value to the stage every time he's on it.
When you realize that you don't sell any of those things, that you sell certainty, that is when you will sell more of it.
But Dan genuinely cares, he genuinely wants to make an impact, and he genuinely wants to help people.
Don't hesitate, just book him. Get him, without a question.
You don't know what you're worth. How do you expect your customers to know what you're worth?
Hire Dan Henry for your next event.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Epic Pitch Challenge. I am super excited. All right. Make sure you have your workbooks printed out. I've got mine here. Make sure you have them printed out. You're going to be filling in the blanks as you go. That is imperative. All right. So let's go ahead and make sure that we spotlight my video. Awesome. I'd like to open with a quote. In 1963, David Ogilvy wrote a single headline for Rolls-Royce. At 60 miles an hour, the loudest noise in this new Rolls-Royce comes from the electric clock. Now, that one line generated years of record-breaking sales for Rolls-Royce. It became one of the most famous car advertisements in history. One great message changed everything. It is my intention over the next 3 days to help you create your great message so that it can change everything for you. And I'm super excited to be here. This is great. All right, so couple of announcements first. Again, make sure you have your workbook. So some of these sessions will be 2 minutes long. Some of them will be 20 minutes long. Some of them might be 30 or 40 minutes long. So each session will be clearly defined and very organized. And you'll see that in your workbook. So we will be taking some breaks. We will be taking some breaks to do exercises as well as just, nature calls and all that good stuff. So now at the end of today, we're going to give you a survey to fill out for your homework. And that is going to be a feedback survey to let us know what you thought of today's sessions and if you had any questions or if there's anything that was confusing for you so that we can improve the content on day 2 and make sure that you're clear. Now, as a bonus for filling that out to incentivize you to actually do it, I'm going to give you a Tony Robbins pitch breakdown. So I went and I grabbed a Tony Robbins pitch and I provided commentary on that pitch. You'll get that for free when you fill out that survey and let us know how we're doing so that we can improve the content, okay? Now, before we get started, and guys, please light up the chat. I look at, and just so you all know, I'm looking here because this is where my computer is at. So if I look here, I'm looking at you, okay? So I'm looking at the chat, light it up. So real quick before I get started, how many of you have been on these trainings before? Maybe you've been on webinars, events, and you know they're always selling something, right? Like they're always selling something. Let's just be real for a second. They're always selling something. But most of the time, they don't tell you that they're selling something until the very end. Now, I personally hate this because now I'm sitting here thinking, okay, what do they sell and how much is it? And, you know, how am I gonna have to make that work, right? And at least that's how I used to think, especially when I was coming up and I wasn't like a millionaire or anything. I was just like, oh, can I, am I gonna be able to afford this and da 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 da. And then I get distracted with thinking about that instead of paying attention to the content. Has anybody experienced this before? You're thinking about that so much that you're not paying attention to the content. And so I don't like to do that. See, loads of time, all the time. So how about this? How about I just right now tell you what I'm gonna sell and how much it is? And then I think you're smart enough to know by the end of the event if you wanna buy it or not. And then that way, you can just focus on the challenge. How about that? And I'll take literally 10 seconds. That's it, 10-second pitch, okay? And I fully expect that many of you will not invest in this, but here's what it is. And some of you will. Here's what it is. It's my private client program. Okay, it's $50,000. It's simple. You fly out here to Dubai, you spend an entire day with me, and I go through your business with a fine-tooth comb, or we can do it on Zoom. And then you get my personal cell phone number for 6 months. You can text me a question anytime you like. Marketing question. I'm like basically your part-time CMO, Chief Marketing Officer. You text me your questions, what have you. Okay, and that's that. That's it. 50 grand. Okay, done. All right, there's your pitch, okay? So now we can move on to the content, all right? So, also guys, for VIP, let's what a concept, great idea, right? So now you can pay attention to the event. So let's make sure our microphones are muted. And Carla, if you don't mind, just if you see an unmuted microphone, let's mute it. And then if we have to, we'll have to switch that over because I wanna make sure that we get through this. We have a lot of content to cover. All right, so here's the agenda. What we're going to cover over the next 3 days, the foundation behind building a scalable business, the system for creating a message and sales process that will convert beyond anything you have ever imagined or seen. And as well, how to scale it, how to actually do it for the long term and not just switch strategy to strategy. Now, today the focus is the foundation, offers, messaging, like the real foundation of the building. That's what we're going to cover today. Now, one of my favorite quotes, it was in my book, Sun Tzu. He says, strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. That's what Sun Tzu says. Dan Henry says, tactics are for today. Strategies are for tomorrow. Principles are forever. And so a tactic would be something like a Facebook ad strategy, like a Facebook ad thing, like click here, do this, do that, right? And we all know that Facebook ads, things like that, they change every few weeks. So while I'm going to teach you many tactics and strategies during this event, I'm going to teach you even more principles that will last you for a lifetime. Because I believe that's what really makes us grow as people and as entrepreneurs. So just to give you an example of a principle, this is something that I like to tell people a lot when it comes to growing a business. Imagine for a moment that you're walking down the street and you see 2 lemonade stands, okay? Lemonade stand 1 and lemonade stand 2, right? And they're both selling lemonade. But this one, we'll call it lemonade stand 1. We'll call this lemonade stand 2. Here's our little booth with the lemonade, all right? Let's say lemonade stand 1 says freshly squeezed lemonade. And lemonade stand 2 says yellow water with sugar. Now let me know in the chat, which one do you buy? Do you buy freshly squeezed lemonade or do you buy yellow water with sugar? One, of course, one. Now, hold on a second. This lemonade and this lemonade are the same. They both got them from Costco, right? It's the same product. Why did you buy one instead of two? It's the same product. Isn't that crazy? Why did you do it? Let me know in the chat. Why did you buy it? Because it sounds better. Exactly. Thank you. Who was that said that? Lisa, thank you. It sounds better. And the truth is, people don't buy good products. They buy products that sound good. They buy products that sound good. And my intention is to show you how to make what you do sound as good as it truly is, so your customers will actually know how good it is, and thus they will invest, and thus you will make an impact. I believe you will never be broke if you know what to say. So, what I'm about to share right now, I learned from the greatest pitchman alive. He's dead now, but he was alive at the time, okay? So let me take you back to Lombard, Illinois. Now, I moved there in my early to mid 20s, and I was not doing too good. I came home one day, and there's 3 bags packed at the door, and it was my girlfriend of 3 years leaving me. And she looks me in the face and she says, Dan, I'm leaving because you're not going anywhere in life. You've been delivering pizza for 7 years. You've tried businesses and they have failed. And I just don't see a future for you, and therefore I don't see a future for us. Now, at the time, I was what I like to call mediocre Dan. And I thought very mediocre. But this was the first moment that I started to sort of think like a millionaire. Because I knew at the time that I had tried multiple businesses, multiple things, but I was faced with 3 very specific problems. Number one, I had unclear or overwhelming messaging, meaning when I tried to explain what I did, it just seemed like people didn't get it, you know? Or I would just give them so much information that they would be like, ah. And the second thing is I had inconsistent sales. I would make a sale, but then I wouldn't make a sale. And it was just very, very inconsistent. And I didn't feel, maybe you can tell me if you felt like this, I didn't feel like I was running a business. I felt like I was playing a guessing game. And I didn't like that. And then finally, I had immense fear and lack of confidence. I had lack of confidence because, well, I just didn't know if I was saying the right thing, if I was doing the right thing, if I was using the right strategy. And look, I was very fearful because I didn't really know what the future would look like. I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not need to skyrocket. I did not need to go to the moon. I just wanted to be like this. I just wanted a nice upward incline trajectory. Heck, it could have even been here as long as it's not here, okay? That's all I wanted, and I did not have that, and so I was very afraid. And then, this is where I started to think like a millionaire. I was like, okay, what's my biggest problem? Sales. Selling, growing, scaling the sales. So maybe if I get a sales job, I'll learn how to sell and make some money, and then eventually I'll be able to actually grow a business. So I answered an ad in Craigslist, and it was a job to be a pitchman. And I didn't even really know what a pitchman, does anybody know what a pitchman is? Okay, so I'll tell you what a pitchman is. So does anybody recognize this guy right here? Does anybody recognize this guy? This is Billy Mays. Billy Mays, all right? Now, Billy Mays is the most famous pitchman to ever live. He was the OxyClean guy. And he would do these sales presentations on TV and in person, and but wait, there's more. That's where that came from. But wait, there's more. Exactly, Jonathan. That's where that came from. And so I get the job. I fly to Trenton, New Jersey, and I find out that the company that I was getting trained at to work was the same company where Billy Mays got trained and got his start. Now, my manager, my sales trainer, was Billy Mays' sales trainer. And Billy Mays was dead at the time. Billy Mays was not the greatest pitchman to ever live. The guy that trained Billy Mays was the greatest pitchman to ever live because he trained some of the best pitchmen to ever live. He was the source. And so it came time for our first pitch. And for me, the name of the company was Twin Towers Trading. So Twin Towers Trading. So the gig was to sell pots and pans at Sam's Club and Costco. And they were like quadruple the price of any cookware in the store. And so we go to our first Sam's Club, we set up the booth, and it's my turn to do the first presentation. So my manager, my trainer, gets on the megaphone and he goes, "Attention Sam's Club shoppers. There'll be a cooking show on aisle 7 in 5 minutes. Please head there now. Please head there now. And you'll be getting a free gift." And the free gift was this little potato peeler that broke after 5 minutes. But I start seeing people show up to the booth and I get really nervous. And I look at him and I said, "Man, I don't think I can do this." Because can I show you what I looked like at the time? You ready for this? Are you ready for this? This is what I looked like at the time. This was a couple months before I got that job. This was me. This was a couple months before. Would you buy a $500 set of cookware from this dude? I mean, let's be real. Would you buy a $500 set of cookware from this dude? I wouldn't buy crack from that dude, okay? I'm just saying. I wouldn't buy anything, okay? So the point is that I told him I can't do it. Nobody's gonna buy from me. And I thought that he was gonna, because this guy trained the best pitchmen in the world. And so I thought he was gonna give me some Kevin Costner speech, but what he said next changed everything about my life forever. It changed my entire outlook on everything. And when I tell you this, I hope it changes life for you too. He looks at me and he gets right in my face and he gets incredibly angry. Not nice, no Kevin Costner speech. And he holds up the script that I had memorized for the presentation. And he says, "Listen." And he called me a bad word, but he said, "Listen, he said, we've spent a decade and millions of dollars perfecting the words on this page. We've generated hundreds of millions of dollars with these scripts for our company. Do you really think you're that damn special that this won't work for little old you?" And I was like, bro, I never thought about it like that. I said, okay. So I get up there, and you know what I did? I read the words on the page that I had memorized, that I had been taught. And you know what happened? People started picking up sets of cookware. That day I made $1,500 in sales commissions, which was 3 times more than I had ever made delivering pizza in a week. And I did that job for the next year and a half, and then I moved on, and I learned something very profound that day. First, I learned that if you will never be broke if you know what to say. You will never be broke if you know what to say. Now, fast forwarding to today, there's a lot of time in between. I invested years of my life into marketing strategies, sales strategies, understanding this whole game. I invested about $500,000 of my own money into coaches, events, mentoring, speaking, stage coaches, all this stuff. And today I'm proud to say that we have generated over $32 million in sales for our own company, GetClients.com, over $100 million at least for our clients. I have a best-selling book called Digital Millionaire Secrets, Wall Street Journal, and USA Today best-selling book, not Amazon, okay? An actual best-selling book, okay? But it's an Amazon bestseller as well. I've been able to speak at some of the biggest marketing conferences in the world, open up for Tony Robbins once at the same conference, and of course, get this little award here that everybody's after so much, okay? And I've even had 3 million-dollar days with a good pitch. And I tell you that because I want you to understand one thing if you take away from this event, and that is this. One good sales presentation can erase all of the horrible financial decisions you have ever made in your entire life. Because that is what happened to me. I made a lot of bad decisions and it erased all of them like that, okay? It erased all of them. And I remember being a kid. And look, we can talk about money. We can talk about money. I believe money is good because, look, people demonize money too much. Money doesn't make you happy, but it solves a lot of problems that make you unhappy. And I know, maybe you know somebody as well, hopefully not, but I know people who have died because they did not have enough money to solve a problem in their life. When I was a kid, there was a friend who, his mother had a tooth infection, bad tooth infection, right? And I think to fix it, it was like a couple grand, but they didn't have the money. So this mother was a very good mother. And do you know what happened? I didn't even know this was a thing, but the tooth infections spread to her bloodstream, to her heart, and she died. She died over a couple grand. That's how I viewed it, right? It's like this woman is a hardworking mother. She took care of her son. She took care of her family, and she had to die over a couple grand. Like, that's crazy to me. Crazy. And so here's why I tell you this. About 3 years ago, my mother calls me up and she says, she calls me Daniel, by the way. She says, Daniel, I have a favor to ask. And she sounded nervous. I was like, Mom, what's wrong? She was like, well, I have a problem with my teeth. And as soon as she said that, of course, my heart, I instantly remembered that woman and my heart freaking dropped. I was like, what's wrong? And she's like, she explains it to me. It wasn't exactly the same thing, but I was still pretty freaked out, right? I'm like, why didn't you bring this to me sooner? And she says, well, it's really expensive. I just didn't want to bother you with it. It's super expensive. I'm like, what do you mean super expensive? She's like, no, it's really expensive. And I said, well, tell me. She said, it's $16,000. I said, $16,000? And I said, and this is why I do this. Done. I said, Mom, done. And that was it. A $16,000 problem. It could have made me incredibly sad. Her dealing with this for months that she didn't tell me. 16 grand, done. And let me tell you something, when we can talk about cars and watches and all this BS, but at the end of the day, when you have the ability to snap your fingers and remove a major problem from someone you love's life, and it's not even a full single sale, done. That is power. That is the power to be happy. Because you can remove problems that make you incredibly, incredibly unhappy. And that's that snap of the fingers. And I'm gonna stand here today and I'm gonna tell you that what I'm gonna teach you over this next 3 days is the most impactful things that I learned to simply be able to hold my hand up and say, done. Not problem solved, Mom, problem solved. Okay, so that said, guys, let's begin with definitions. Definitions, all right? So what do I mean by definitions? So I want you to grab your workbooks for this, and there is a letter that I would like to read. This is very important, guys, very important. It's right here. It's an important and heartfelt letter from Dan. It's very short. For thousands of years, humans believed the Earth was the center of the universe. They had complex models and explanations for how everything revolved around us. They weren't stupid. They were working with fundamentally wrong definitions of what the solar system was. Then Copernicus came along and redefined our understanding. The Earth wasn't the center. We revolve around the sun. The simple shift in understanding changed everything. The same planets were still there. The same movements were still happening, but we can now understand them correctly. This is exactly what is happening in business. And just like astronomers couldn't navigate properly until they understood the true nature of the solar system, you cannot build a successful business until you understand the true nature of these fundamental concepts. If you are failing or just not happy with your growth, it's not because you're doing the wrong things. It's because, like those ancient astronomers, you're working with the wrong model of how things actually work. Imagine you were taught that a hammer was for screwing in screws. Your whole life, you've been trying to screw in screws with a hammer, struggling, getting frustrated, maybe even quitting carpentry altogether because you're just not good at it. Then one day, someone shows you that a hammer is actually for nails and hands you a screwdriver for those screws. Suddenly, everything becomes easy. The tool didn't change. Your understanding of what it did changed. This is exactly what is happening in business. People are failing not because they lack ability, but because they're using the right tools with the wrong understanding. They think marketing means convincing people to buy things that they don't want. They think sales means magical words that hypnotize people into giving them money. They think high ticket means overcharging. They think an offer is just a product with a price tag. And they're struggling, getting frustrated, maybe even quitting business altogether because they're just not good at it. But successful people aren't using different tools. They just understand what these tools are actually for. They know marketing is about helping people to see their problem clearly. That sales is about helping people get comfortable with the decision they already want to make. They know high ticket means delivering a transformation worth 10x what they charge. They know an offer is a bridge between someone's pain and their desired future. The tools haven't changed, but when you understand what they're really for, suddenly everything becomes easy. Most people aren't failing because they're doing the wrong things. They're failing because they learned the wrong meaning of the right things. And that's why relearning these definitions that I'm about to show you isn't just helpful, it's the difference between struggling forever and finally breaking through. Okay? So, that said, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think like a millionaire. I completely misunderstood these definitions when I was mediocre Dan. But when I became millionaire Dan, it was because I redefined what this all means. So, everybody grab your workbooks, please, all right? So, the first definition is, let's start with what you're selling. What is an offer? Guys, what's an offer? An offer is a transformation delivered. It's getting clients from where they are to where they want to be. Now, this is important. Write this down. For them, with them, easier or faster. We're going to go deep into this here in a little bit, but it's for them, with them, easier or faster. Now, what is the right offer? The right offer fills a gap created by your message. I'm going to say that twice because this is the secret. The right offer fills a gap created by your message. It delivers much more value than its price, consistently get results, and is something you believe in so deeply that selling feels like sharing. Value. Value is not what you deliver. It's what it costs your client if they don't work with you. It's the difference between their life with and without your solution. That is what value is. Now let's talk about positioning. Positioning is not manipulating your pricing. It's understanding that high ticket buyers focus on outcomes while low ticket buyers focus on features. If you guys are attracting lower ticket people, it's because they're focused. You're attracting people that are focused on features. You need to attract people that are focused on outcomes. Outcomes. Let me know in the chat if this is making sense so far. High ticket mindset. It's not a price point. It's understanding that people pay for speed and transformation, not time and deliverables. It's focusing on the cost of inaction rather than the price of your offer. Let me say that again. It's focusing on the cost of inaction rather than the price of your offer. Premium positioning, it's not just charging more, it's showing up in a way that makes your price feel like an investment rather than an expense. Promotion. Now this is where it gets wild, all right? Marketing. Marketing is the process of moving someone from unsure if you can help them to certain you can help them, and you do this by showing that you understand their problem better than they do. That's how you do that. Traffic. Traffic is the process of getting in front of the right people who already need what you offer, create interest in who you are and what you do. Sales. Sales is creating an environment where people choose to act by helping them feel comfortable making a decision they already want to make. It is not convincing them to do something they don't want to do. Sales call. Sales call isn't about convincing. It's a conversation that helps someone understand the cost of not taking action. That's what it really is. It's showing them what they'll lose by staying where they are, not what they'll spend to move forward. Sales presentation. Sales presentations are not sales pitches stretched over hours. They are an immersive experience that transforms someone's mindset through progressive realizations. It's about creating aha moments that stick. Lead generation is not collecting emails. It's creating conversations that naturally progresses sales by delivering value before asking for anything. Content strategy. It's not random posting, guys. It's about delivering value to your ideal clients where they already gather, and it showcases your expertise while building trust and desire for your solution. Brand. Oh, I see. I love, by the way, guys, I spent weeks on this workbook. So seeing the comments about the workbook being amazing, thank you so much. It means a lot to me. I love it when people love my work. So thank you so much for that comment. Branding is not logos or colors. It's the process of engineering what people say about you. Let me say that again, please. Branding is the process of engineering what people say about you. That is branding. Brand voice. Not just how you write or speak, it's consistently showing up as the person your ideal clients need you to be. It's being polarizing with purpose. Can I give you all an example of this real quick? Can I give you guys an example? Did you all see the controversy with Alex Hormozy where he posted something, I wasn't paying attention, but he posted something about how you shouldn't go to your friend's wedding. You should be working and building a company. Did anybody see that? Did anybody see, and then like everybody's like freaking out about it or whatever? Yeah, he made a post and he said, you shouldn't go to your friend's wedding. You should work. You should focus on your company, okay? Now, guys, this is what is crazy about first of all, I know Alex personally, okay? I actually texted him last week about something, and the guy's pretty smart. But most people that watch him, no offense, you guys, most people don't get what he's doing, okay? So for all the people that are offended by that, what he's doing is correct. Here's why. So he has a company where he gets a huge percentage of your company if you meet certain standards of like your gross revenue, right? So he gets like this big fat percentage of your company. So he puts out content for workaholics. Why? Because guys, I love Alex, right? Like we've been friends for years, way before anybody even knew who he was, right? Way back in the day. And guys, I am not like Alex, and Alex is not like me. I like to make money without grinding that hard. Alex loves the grind. Him and his wife literally have an entire marriage around grind. They love grind. They go on vacation and then they leave vacation to go back to work. Whatever, that's great, okay? So he puts out content that repels people like me. I like easy mode. I'm the Bill Gates guy. Like you hire somebody lazy, they'll find the easiest way to, I like to make money with less effort. I'm just gonna be real with you, right? So he puts out content. If you're anything like me, you don't wanna grind, have a big office, all this stuff. So he puts out content to repel those people and attract the workaholics. So that then when you go apply for his acquisition thing, and he takes a percentage of your company, he knows that you're not gonna go to your friend's freaking wedding, that you're going to be working so that he can get the biggest percentage. He's doing proper branding. Like he's literally doing exactly what he needs to do to attract the right people. Business owners who are extreme workaholics. Holy crap. So while everybody's like, oh my God, I'm so angry. Great, be angry. But you're just literally segmenting yourself out of his world. He doesn't want to work with you. So whether you agree with him or not, you can't disagree with his branding approach. He's following following the exact. Oh, never mind. I get fired up about this because I'm just watching it. I'm like, he's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. Okay. Okay. So, exactly. The angry ones are not his target market. I don't like, I'm going to go to my friend's wedding. Sorry. Okay. But it's cool. It's cool. All right. So, authority. Authority is not credentials or years of experience. It's the ability to get results for your clients and clearly show the path of where they are to where they want to be. Oh, also, personal brand. This one's my favorite. It's not your life story. It's the strategic presentation of your expertise and results that make working with you feel like the obvious choice. That is personal brand. Okay? Expertise, not knowing everything. It's being able to consistently guide someone from their current problem to their desired outcome. All right, we're almost done. Oh my gosh. I put a lot of these. Okay, we're almost done. All right. With the are you guys liking this? You guys digging? Are these redefinitions helping you? This is gold? Okay. Well, I'll be vulnerable for a second, and I'm sure you guys have realized this. Sometimes my biggest flaw is I create good stuff that I think sucks. And Joe, my COO, tells me all the time, he's like, why do you, don't scrap that. Why are you scrapping that? It's great. People love it. I'm like, no, it sucks. It's terrible. And he's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, it's horrible. And he's like, what? It's gold. And I'm like, no, it's terrible. And this is probably my biggest flaw. Okay. Okay. Results and social proof. All right. Not success stories. It's documented proof that turns I can help you into here's exactly how I've helped others like you. All right? Client avatar. God, I hate this term. Whenever somebody says client avatar, I just want to smack myself in the face with a frying pan. I hate this word because people misunderstand it so much. Okay. It's not demographics, people. It's understanding the emotional drivers and desired transformations that make someone ready to invest at a high level. It's not, they're 35 and they're a soccer mom and they like to watch Marie Forleo YouTube channel and that's not what that is. Okay, it's not what it is. All right. Delivery, business model, not your pricing structure or what you do. It's how you deliver maximum value while maintaining your quality of life and enthusiasm for your work, which means I'm going to my friend's wedding. And I'll teach you guys how to go to your friend's wedding as well. Scale. Scaling isn't about doing more. It's about achieving better results for more people. God, let me read this one again slowly. Holy crap. Scaling isn't about doing more. It's about achieving better results for more people in less time by improving your systems and delivery methods. This makes it effortless to focus on selling more. Please circle that. This makes it effortless to focus on selling more. Okay? Okay? Circle it, please. For you coaches out there, group coaching is not diluted one-on-one coaching. It's leveraged transformation where clients learn not just from you, but from seeing others succeed with your method. I've been explaining that one for 10 years, why group coaching is far superior to one-on-one. Unless you're doing done for you, then it's a whole different conversation. Okay, self-reliance. Not doing everything yourself. It's building systems and processes that allow you to deliver results without becoming a 24/7 support line. Challenges. Okay, here we go, people. Challenges. Procrastination isn't laziness. It's the gap between knowing and doing, caused by focusing on tactics before understanding why you're doing them. It's solved through clarity, not motivation. I procrastinate all the time until I understand it, and then I'm off like a freaking rocket ship. Don't let anybody tell you you're a procrastinator. You just don't understand stuff. And when you do, now you'll move. That's how, if you're anything like me, you procrastinate through lack of understanding. Once you understand, you move like a rocket ship. Am I wrong or am I wrong or am I wrong? All right. Imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome isn't self-doubt. It's a misunderstanding of value. It's thinking you need to be the best when you only need to help someone take the next step from where they are. Burnout. Ooh, dirty word. Dirty word, burnout. Burnout isn't working too much, it's working wrong. It's what happens when you build systems that require you to constantly show up instead of leveraging your time and expertise effectively. Let that one sink in. All right? Ultimate goals. Legacy. It's not your reputation. It's the lasting impact your work has on clients' lives long after they've finished working with you. Give you an example. I became very good friends with one of my clients, Andy Stickle. Andy Stickle, when he started working with me, he was at base zero, right? He had like a $2,000 marketing offer for lawyers. He did marketing for lawyers. And I remember, and I'll never forget this, he gets on the phone with me one day. He gets on a coaching call with me one day and he says, Dan, I want to raise my prices, but I don't know how to do it. And I said, okay, Andy, what do you want to raise them to? He's like, well, I think I want to raise them from 2,000 to 5,000. I said, okay, when's your next sales call? And he's like, well, actually it's in about 10 minutes. That's why I asked to go first today. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, here's what I want you to do. This was back when I was a little bit of a dick, by the way, so I could have been a little not so condescending about it, but I've grown up. But I said to him, I said, okay, Andy, I want you to grab a pen and a paper. And he's like, okay. I'm like, all right, you got the pen, Andy? And he's like, yeah, I got the pen. I'm like, you got it? He's got ink. Write it down. Like, circle it. Make sure it has ink. You got it? You got it? And he's like, yeah, I got it. I got the ink. I said, okay. When you get to the part of the pitch, when you get to the part of the call where you say 2,000, here, are you ready? He's like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm like, say 5,000. And he's like, yeah, I just caught that, Joe. Thank you. I said, say 5,000. And he's like, that's it? I'm like, that's it. So he's like, okay. So he gets off the call. About an hour and a half passes. He jumps back on the call right before we ended. And he's like, Dan, you're not going to believe this. I'm like, what? And he's like, I closed him at $5,000. They just said okay and paid. I was like, no, I believe it. That's what I expected to happen, right? And he was like completely transformed, right? That was like 3 or 4 years ago. Do you know what he charges for the same offer now? Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess? Not 50K, not 10K, not 25K, 40, nope, 30K, nope. He charges $75,000. And he does a paid presentation several times a year, and their company, from what I've been told, does $2 to $3 million a month and just got valued at over $150 million. And I get a text from him at least 3 or 4 times a year, and he's like, bro, I'm so glad I met you. I'm so glad I met you, bro. So that is what legacy is. It is not your reputation, it's the long-lasting impact your work has on a client's life long after they're done working with you, okay? And I love Andy. I love that guy. He's amazing, right? And here's the crazy thing. He has never been he'll tell you this, he's never been a really like good speaker. He's better now, but even back when he couldn't deliver as well, he made tons of sales because he said the right thing. If you know what to say, you'll never be broke. Anyway, lifestyle design. Not working less. It's building a business that serves your ideal life while delivering maximum value to clients. Client success, not customer service. It's creating an environment where people can't help but get results if they follow your system. Now, during VIP, I mentioned this. We had a question on VIP, and I made a statement that I would like to remake this statement for everybody in general. That is this. When you have success in life or business, if you can figure out how to take that success you've achieved and systemize that so that other people can achieve it without being you, that's not $1 million offer, that is a multi-million-dollar offer, okay? Now, you guys have known that I personally have not done any events or trainings on a lot of the topics that we're covering here today and on this event. But you've seen me do YouTube content on it. You've seen me do a lot of that stuff. What I'm going to teach you over these 3 days, I've been working on this for well over a year, almost 2 years, because it's something I'm very good at. And I took my time this time to really systemize it so that you can succeed with this without being me. And that is why I am so excited to be here. Because now, my life is different. I know how to get consistent sales. I know how to make crystal clear messaging for a variety of offers, my offers, client offers, whatever. And I have the confidence to present. I'm not nervous to be here with you guys today. I'm excited. I'm excited, and I want you to be excited as well. So that said, that's the definitions. I wanted to redefine these things for you. We are going to move on to my favorite, okay? So next up is the epic pitch framework. This is the crux of it all, okay? So go ahead, guys. I'll give you guys like a second to bring up this part of your workbook, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead as well, and I'm going to bring it up here to show you. All right. And I'm just finding it here on my... Let's just get on synced on the same wavelength. And okay, here we go. Epic pitch framework. Can you guys all see this? Let me know in the chat. All right. So E, let's start with E. E stands for entertaining. Please ignore my incredibly bad chicken scratch, okay? So entertaining. So I want you guys to fill this in as I go. You are going to fill in the blanks as I go. Explanation. If they are not entertained, they don't pay attention. And if they don't pay attention, they don't pay. All right, write that in, fill that in. If they are not entertained, they don't pay attention, and if they don't pay attention, they don't pay. Please let me know in the chat if you guys understand that, all right? So the first thing is that your presentation, guys, I view everything as a pitch. Let's just be real here. If you try to get your kids to eat their vegetables, you are pitching. What do you think this is? Come on, little guy, eat your vegetables so you don't become anemic. You don't say that. Do you say, hey, little 5-year-old, hey, Bruce, you're going to become anemic if you don't eat your vegetables, kid. What's wrong with you? Do you say that? No. You go, with the airplane, you make it entertaining for them. It's a pitch. It's a pitch. Everything in life is a pitch. Even if it's a tiny nano pitch, like your wife, you want to go out to a restaurant. There's this new restaurant. It's an Asian restaurant, Asian fusion restaurant you want to try. It's a pitch, because I know that if I say something like, and I've tried this before, I'll say something like, hey, do you want to try this Asian restaurant? No, not really. I'm not really into Asian food. But if I say something like, you know what I love about you? I love that you're so adventurous. I really love that about you. Hey, by the way, there's this new Asian restaurant. That works way better, okay? Way better, right? So everything in life is a pitch. It's your ability to communicate in such a clear way that people can see your point. Because you have good points, it's just sometimes you don't say them in a way that makes people see what you're seeing in your head. So it has to be entertaining, all right? So next, and by the way, just so you guys know, do you think getting government grants, filling out the application for government grants is boring? That sounds pretty boring, right? Well, there's a guy named Matthew Leskow who made a killing in the 90s and 2000s by selling a book and training program on how to apply for government grants. And he did these crazy commercials. He looked like the Riddler, and he would just be like, it's crazy how much money the government is giving away, right? And he made a killing. Why? Because he was entertaining where everybody else was boring. Because you can make any business entertaining. I don't care what you sell, you can make it entertaining. You can absolutely. And that's the first key. You got to make it entertaining. If people are bored, you're done, right? Like, do you guys find this presentation? You guys have been on webinars before, right? You guys have been on probably some challenges, some summits. Would you say that this is at least a little bit more entertaining than your average one? Would you guys say that? Yeah? This is definitely entertaining. Okay. Because I want you guys to watch. Like, one of the best ways to be entertaining is make people laugh. That's another one. Or make people cry. Or make people feel a certain emotion. Okay? All right. So next. Personalized. Has to be personalized. Your pitch must be personalized. It must sound like it was made specifically for them. So fill in the blanks, ladies and gentlemen, please. If they don't feel that the message was made specifically for them, they won't feel it will work for them. Thus, they won't buy. If they don't feel the message was made specifically for them, they won't feel it'll work for them, and they won't buy. By the way, another flaw I have, ladies and gentlemen, is I have incredibly bad handwriting. I get it. I accept it. I own it. I know it. Thank you for the comments, Joe. Not pointing anybody out or anything like that. Charlene. Oh, perfect example. Charlene is our copywriter for our company. And she says, pretty sure there's a correlation between level of genius and messiness of handwriting. Leave it to the copywriter to insult me, but make it sound like a compliment. Case in point. I love it. I love it. Okay. All right. So here's the thing, guys. Your pitch has to sound like it's just for them. It has to sound. Have I made you feel so far like this content applies to you? So, I mean, does it feel like it applies to you? Yeah, say yes, 100%, fully. You can do that for your people. You can do that too. And we're going to cover that. Trust me, we're going to get into all of it. I love this stuff. This is the first event I've been able to fully nerd out on this stuff. I love it. Okay. Irrefutable. Next is irrefutable. All right? So fill in the blanks, please. If you try to convince them to believe what you believe, they will resist. Instead, show them they already believe. To do this, show them what you believe is already the same as what they believe. Somebody messed with my workbook. It's not the same. Okay, so if you try to convince them to believe what you believe, they will resist. Instead, show them that they already believe. Blah. Somebody messed up my workbook. Let me try that again. If you try to convince them to believe what you believe, they will resist. Instead, show them they already believe. To do this, show them what you believe is already the same as what they believe. Okay, let me explain this. This is the hardest one to grasp. Guys, let me ask you something. What is the most valuable computer company, the most valuable tech company of all time? What is the most valuable? Okay, Apple, got it. All right, it is Apple. Now, who built up Apple and sold it to the world? Who did that? Steve Jobs, okay? Now, every year, what did Steve Jobs do every year to sell more Apple stuff? okay? So you're here at this presentation to learn how to sell stuff, right? What presentation? He did a presentation. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Presentation. Now, how did I just do that? I didn't say, hey, Apple's the most valuable company in the world, and Steve Jobs did that. He, and every year he did a presentation. You should do presentations too. You should do presentations. What is the most valuable tech company of all time? Apple. You said it. I didn't say nothing. Okay? Just censored myself. That's how little I said. I censored myself. I didn't say nothing. You said Apple. Who built up Apple and sold it to the world? Steve Jobs. You said that. I didn't say that. You could have said Colonel Sanders. You said it. What did he do every year? He did presentations. You said it. Okay? Think about that. So, again, ask questions that you already know the answer to and your audience already knows the answers to, and you align what you believe, because I personally believe that the fastest way to become a millionaire is with a presentation, with a good sales presentation, period. That's what I believe. And I believe that because of these things that are true. And if you believe that too, it sounds so much better. You guys get it? All right. So, next, clear. Now this one, if they are confused, they won't buy. People who are confused don't buy nothing. What you say must be clear. The only way to make it clear is to make it simple. By the way, Joe, can we get Solomon to fix my workbook? Because my workbook is all messed up. This is completely different than what I have printed out. Okay, so how do you do this? How do you make something clear? You make it simple. You make it simple. How do you make something clear? You make it simple. That's it. Period. End of story. You make it simple. It has to be simple. Some of right, exactly. A confused mind says no. It says no. Period. Okay? So, all right. Is everybody pretty clear on the fact that if your pitch, and this is not, look, it can be your content, it can be your YouTube videos, it can be a webinar, it can be a stage presentation, it can be a podcast interview, everything's a pitch, everything. If it's entertaining, if it's personalized, if it's irrefutable, and it's clear, it is an epic pitch, and it will be incredibly persuasive, okay? Everybody's crystal clear on this, right? Now look, guys, what did I do here? I could have sat here and taught you all of this nerdy copywriting stuff, okay? But I sat and I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? If something's entertaining, man, people watch, they retain, they keep going. Well, it's got to be personalized, because if it's personalized, it's like it's for them, right? And I'm thinking of all the copywriting knowledge. And if it's irrefutable, meaning you make points that nobody can really argue with. Like if I say, hey, what is the best computer? You could give me any answer. But if I say, what is the most valuable computer company? Just go look at the stock market. You don't gotta, it's friggin' Apple, period, okay? And if it's clear and people aren't confused, it's a great pitch. Every pitch I've ever made has been entertaining, that has done well, has been entertaining, personalized, irrefutable, and clear. It's been epic. So that whole way that I explain that, I spent like 2 weeks sitting there just, how do I explain how to pitch? People are always asking me how to pitch. How do I explain this? And I started with this very complex, and we have a whole workbook section on this. You guys are gonna love it. I started with this very complex explanation. I just made it simpler and simpler and simpler and simpler. Guys, do you know that Donald Trump, when he won against Hillary, did you know that her campaign launch speech or whatever, most of her speeches read at a 12th grade reading level. Do you know what Trump's read at? Does anybody know what Trump's read at? What grade level? Second and third. That's right. Exactly. Second and third grade. The most influential people use small words to explain big ideas. Okay, now, what did I just do there? You told me it was second grade, because everybody knows that. And I was clear because I literally said it at like a 6th grade reading level, like 5th or 6th grade. I said, the most influential people in the world share big ideas using small words. I don't say, oh, they use it at the grade level and blah, blah, blah. Easy takeaway. Okay, anyway, all right. So, was that helpful, guys? Let me know in the chat if you guys are liking this. All right, boom, boom shakalaka. All right, next, 4 types of pitches. Grab your workbooks, all right? 4 types of pitches. So this is great here, all right? So the first type of pitch is what I would call a micro pitch. Now, this is really more just like telling people what you do. So maybe you would know it as an elevator pitch. That's probably a very common way to explain it, an elevator pitch. And it's to quickly tell someone clearly what you do clearly in as few words as possible. Now, I have a framework for this that it's in my book. I call it the RMS, or the Refined Marketing Statement. And basically, it's simply, I help. Oh my gosh, I'm using my Apple Pen. That's why it's messing up. Look at that. I help audience, okay? I help audience learn how to use a digital whiteboard. I help audience achieve goal. So this is your audience, okay? Achieve goal. You can fill in the workbook without old path by new path. Okay? Now, what does this mean? It means that I help a certain person achieve a goal they want without the thing that they're already trying that sucks or that they don't want to do by a new method. Okay? Now, guys, here's the biggest mistake. I've been doing this for years. The biggest mistake people make with this is they make this the product. I help people lose weight without dieting with my new blah, blah, blah diet program. No. No. I help new moms lose the baby weight without extreme dieting by intermittent fasting. You want help? You want help with this? You want help with this method? Buy my app, buy my course, come to my intermittent fasting accountability retreat, whatever, right? This is not your product. Your product simply helps execute on the new path. We're going to get more into this in the offers section, okay? But this is my version of the micro pitch. Next, you have what's called the short pitch. All right? Now, for you internet marketing nerds, you would know this as like a video sales letter, a 5-minute webinar. For those of you who aren't so much into internet marketing, this could be considered like a Shark Tank pitch. Like you guys have seen Shark Tank, right? They get like 5 minutes to pitch. So the purpose of this is to quickly sell a low-cost offer or persuade someone to take the next step, such as booking an appointment or scheduling a sales call for a higher priced offer. So these are like generally 5 to 10 minutes. And the thing is, they're either going to sell something that is low ticket, like for instance, you guys saw the short pitch for the Epic Pitch Challenge, right? It was like, I think like a 9-minute VSL. You guys saw that, right? Well, that's a short pitch that's what I call a short pitch. Short. It's not a micro pitch. Micro pitch, if I didn't have a VSL, I just had the headline, right? Short pitch, 5-10 minute VSL. Okay, done. The challenge is 97 and 297. It's cheap. Now you can also use it to go to a sales call. But when you do this, because they've only watched 5 to 10 minutes of your stuff, well, if you know, now they don't have a lot, you haven't built a lot of goodwill. So like the sales call is really tough, you know? Okay, so next you have the long pitch. Long pitch, again, for you internet marketing nerds out there, is gonna be like webinars. Or for anybody that is a speaker, you might know this as a signature talk. It can also be a podcast interview. So, long pitch, purpose is to tell someone what you do. Okay, we have some workbook issues here. Okay, so I apologize, there's some workbook issues, but it says long pitch to tell someone what you do clearly in as few words as possible. That's not correct. It should be basically to do a better version of the short pitch, build more value, right? And so from here, you can sell something that's maybe 1 to 2K, or you can go take to a call. But when you take them to a call here, they have a bit more context. They have a bit more context than a 5-minute webinar, because this is usually 1 to 3 hours, 1 to 2 hours, okay? And then, Joe, could you please get on fixing this workbook so that we can maybe get the actual correct version out? Or get, because what I have printed here is not correct. Okay, now finally, the fourth pitch is my favorite, and it is called a paid presentation. Now, what's a paid presentation? A paid presentation is generally multiple hours over multiple days. People pay to attend this presentation. It's not free. And it's to sell a premium offer as soon as possible or massively condense the sales cycle, okay? And this is where you can sell an offer from anywhere from 10K to 100K. Now, look, I've been doing this for a lot of years. I would never sell something for less than 10K. I wouldn't even sell something, 10K is cheap. Like, if you're doing a multi-day event that people have paid butts are filling paid seats, 10K is like the dead bottom of the barrel. I wouldn't even, I remember one time I did a paid presentation, I sold an offer for 10K, and I did half the revenue that I did on another one that literally was like almost the same offer, and it was 20 or 23K, I don't remember. Guys, you build such goodwill in a paid presentation. Don't undersell yourselves. Now, Andy actually has 75K to 250K. He sells 250K marketing packages to lawyers. How many of you guys here would love to sell a $250,000 marketing package to a lawyer, or whatever it is you sell? Okay, so paid presentations are amazing. Now, think about this for a second, right? So here's a funny thing. Let me look at my notes here. I want to make sure that so let me give you, I want to make sure we're clear on what a paid presentation is. So let me ask you guys a question. think of the most average coach in the coaching industry that probably makes the least amount of money. What kind of coach is that? What kind of coach is that? Let me know in the chat. Life coach, thank you. Literally, everybody, life coach, life coach, life coach. Now, can you think of a billionaire life coach? Can you think of a single life coach that's a billionaire? Tony Robbins. The only one I know, okay? Now, the reason why Tony Robbins is a billionaire life coach is because he does paid presentations. When he started, he would do a presentation that sold you into another presentation. His, I think, Unleash the Power Within or whatever. And you go, so he starts with infomercials, right? And then that went to a paid presentation. So think of the infomercial, or no, it went to a book which went to a paid presentation originally. Think of that like a short or long pitch. Goes to a paid presentation, at least, what does that do? That sells you into the next presentation that's paid. That sells you into the next one. That sells you into the next one. He's got business mastery, 10 grand. He's got the Fiji thing, which is like 175 grand or whatever. He's got this that's 85 grand. He's got this thing over here that's 250 grand. They're all paid presentations. Even the Fiji thing, you literally go to Fiji and they play videos of Tony while you're in Fiji. Okay, you paid. So Tony Robbins sells a variety of different things. And how he used to do it was he would teach all these sales reps to go to car dealerships and to go to sales floors, and they would do a free presentation, and then they would sell that free presentation, they would sell them into the paid presentation. And at that paid presentation, they'd sell them into a more expensive paid presentation. See, here's the thing. Tony Robbins is not in the life coaching business. He's not. He's in the presentation business. Most of the people, this is the crazy thing. I call this inverted thinking. He's not in the reason he's a billionaire life coach is because he's not in the life coaching business. He's in the presentation business. Just close your eyes and think of his business model. Presentation business. Okay? That's how you got to think. And I realized when I was thinking mediocre, when I was mediocre, Dan, I thought regular. I didn't think inverted. Because I thought, okay, I have something to sell. Now I got to figure out how to sell it. And I sat there thinking for a long time. Instead, if you invert this and you say, okay, how are people selling things effortlessly? Now, what can I sell with this? I know that people are selling all kinds of things with paid presentations. And I realized this early on, okay? I realized this early on. You know, it's funny because when I was, when it was COVID, actually, no, I'm going to cover this in another session. I'll save this. I'll save this for you guys. I'll save this. But the point here is that if you ask yourself, how are people, and guys, real estate, what do you think real estate is? Some of the best companies in the world that sell real estate, they do presentations. Timeshare. What is timeshare? First of all, does anybody here have a timeshare? Does anybody have a timeshare? For me, that's like, I don't understand it. To me, it's a weird offer, right? Like, I want equity. I want to own the thing, okay? See, my parents do, dumb. We inherited it, okay? So can we all agree that timeshare is kind of I hate to say this, it's kind of a dumb offer. I think it's a dumb offer. If you have it, I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't mean to offend you, but I think it's kind of dumb. But timeshare companies make millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. Why? They do presentations. They bring people in a room and they do a presentation. Like, when I started realizing that some of the fastest growing companies in the world, real estate, training, software, guys, how do you think funds get filled? Look, do you think, I have an analogy I use. I say, if you're a brick builder and you say, I have 40 years experience being a brick builder. I'm sorry, but to me, that's mediocre thinking. Millionaire thinking is, no, you have 6 months experience being a brick builder, because that's about how long it takes to build brick. You have 39 and a half years experience settling for being a brick builder. Because if I go to build a building, and if I go to make money off a building, right? And I make this pot, and I go out and I use my mouth and I convince a bunch of people to put money in the pot. And then I go out and I convince somebody, the brick builder, to build that building for a fraction of this money. And then I go out and I find somebody to buy that building for way more than this money. And then that money comes in. Now I have a bigger pot of money. And now I keep a chunk of it and I give a bigger chunk back to my investors. It's called a fund. You know how people fill funds with investors? You know what they do? Do you know what the thing that most fund managers do to bring in investors? Do you know what it's called? Do you know what they do? They do a presentation. Okay? They do presentations. They do webinars. I see webinars for almost every time I get pitched now on an investment. It's always a webinar. Or they bring you, if they're smart, they bring you in person. Anyway, the greatest company, the companies that built, Steve Jobs, another example, okay? So I think, how are people making a lot of money regardless of what they sell? Let me master that, and then I'll figure out what to sell with that versus this. And so the point I'm trying to make here is learning presentations, learning how to do a solid sales presentation. If you have a good sales presentation, it can erase all the horrible financial decisions you've ever made. Be in the presentation business, okay? All right, so let's look at my notes. All right, we're gonna do one more session, and then we're gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna get into some really, I got something really cool. You guys want a free gift? You guys want an unadvertised bonus, a really cool free little tool? Okay? Shannon, duh. Okay, awesome. All right, so I'll tell you, let me see here. There it is. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to tell you the story here in a minute of how we made $1 million from one presentation without a sales team. But we got some other stuff to cover first. And what I really feel compelled to cover, is this next session. All right? And this is the disturbing truth about automated presentations the funnel gurus hide. All right? So let me explain what I mean by this. So, how many of you would mow my lawn for 50 bucks? How many people would mow my lawn for 50 bucks? Say, not me. If you would not mow my lawn for 50 bucks. So here's the lawn, okay? $50. Would you mow my lawn for 50 bucks? Not me, not me, not me, not me, okay? Okay, I agree, you're business owners. I wouldn't either. All right, fine, so not 50 bucks. How many of you would mow it for $500? How many of you would, if it's still not me? Okay, so a couple people said yes, but a lot of you probably still have stuff to do. All right, not me, so tons of not me's. Okay, fine. What if it was $5,000? 5,000, would you do it for 5,000? Would you do it for 5,000? Okay, now I'm starting to see yeses. Well, what about 50,000? Would you do it? Would you mow my lawn for 50,000? Would you? Would you? Okay. Here's the point. The point is that we started this little mental exercise, and you said you didn't want to mow my lawn. But once we got to 5,000 or 50,000, now not only would you want to mow my lawn, but now you're excited to mow my lawn. You're like, I'm getting $5,000 to mow a lawn. I'm getting $50,000 to mow a lawn. And the point here is that it's not that you don't want to do it, it's that you simply aren't getting paid enough to do it. So I have done a lot of automated presentations, or what we call auto webinars. Now, how many of you here, you have this dream, right? You have this amazing dream in your head that you want to have a webinar or some sort of video online that just prints cash and it runs 24 hours a day and it makes money while you sleep and blah, blah, blah. How many of you have dreamed of that? Say me, right? Okay. So look, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I've done a lot of automated webinars. Now, back in the day, 5 or 6 years ago, I would run an ad to a landing page. People would register for the webinar. Then they would attend the automated webinar, we'll call it AW, automated webinar. And then they would buy a $9.97 product that I had. Now, I was able to scale this to hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, and there were several times I actually did $1 million a month with this, okay? Unfortunately, if I made 900 grand, I was spending like, 5 or 6 plus all the other expenses. And then I would make more because people would buy from follow-ups. And so when it really averaged out, I made quite a bit of money. I was able to have a nice life for myself. I mean, even 200-300 grand a month in profit is friggin' great. But then the Facebook ad demons started coming in and ad costs went through the roof. And well, you guys all know that story, right? And I'm here to tell you that right now, if you want to do this, it's incredibly difficult. Ads just cost too much. Like, can we all agree on that? Like this, it just costs too much. Most people who are doing this, they sell courses or coaching. They're not service providers. So if you're a service provider, this is like, and what they'll do is they'll sell a $9.97 or even a $19.97 offer, and they'll break even on the ad spend, and then they'll sell something way more expensive, okay? Way more expensive. Now, this now requires a sales team and operations and all this stuff. Guys, do you know, so Joe, you can text how many tickets did we sell to this thing? How many tickets did we sell? 280? But that was like 2 hours before the beginning. Was it 280? Or is it a little bit more than that? Is 280? Okay, 280 tickets to this. Now, you do the math. We had about 40% of people buy VIP. Just do the math in your head. We've spent under 15 grand on ads. I think with maybe worm retargeting, maybe 15, 16 grand when I looked at it last. So we made more than 320? We sold 320? Oh my gosh, okay. Well, so the point is that I'm trying to make here is that if I run an ad to a free landing page, to an auto webinar, I'll be lucky if I can make my money back on this course or whatever this thing is. And then I gotta have a sales team to sell them something here. But you see, with a paid presentation, I can spend money on an ad, all right? I can spend money on an ad. I can go to the paid presentation, make money, cancel out what I spent on ads, And now I have a room of people who are eager to learn. And if even one person, just one person buys that offer, that I end up, if one person joins my private client program, that's just one. That's $50,000 in profit. But actually it's more than 50,000 in profit because we made way more in ticket sales than we did in ads. So like the model, I realized this a long time ago, that the model, it doesn't matter how much you spend it. Now I've got a client of mine who's really mastered automated webinars. And he's been able to get these numbers up because like if you do a live webinar, you're doing like, maybe you're gonna hit 10%, 10%. And so he's been able to get webinars from like 8, 9, 10% conversion rate on auto, which is really, really good. But it's for like a 1 or 2K product. You get me? So it doesn't matter how you spin it. The math no longer works out for this. It just doesn't support it, but it supports a paid presentation. And here's the thing. I speak for 3 days here. I'm speaking for 3 days. My first paid presentation I did, which I'm gonna tell you the story of and how we did it. Joe is actually on it, funny. We had 158 people there. We did $1,028,000 in sales. And I spoke for 2 days. I did I don't know if any of you ever watched my Raise Your Prices Challenge. Did the Raise Your Prices Challenge. And we spent 17 grand in ads. We made 45 grand in ticket sales. And we did 850 grand during the event. So I'm sorry, but I will tell you this, and I will tell you this honestly. The amount of work it will take you to profit substantially off of an automated webinar, you will work more hours trying to get that to work than just speaking a couple days a month. Sorry, it just is what it is. It just is what it is. So I'll mow the lawn for 50 grand. I will mow the lawn for 50 grand, but I'm not gonna mow it for 50. You get what I'm saying? All right, so y'all know Anthony Morrison actually? Do y'all know Anthony Morrison? So this was the most I ever made on a webinar, a live webinar, $200,000. And Anthony did we did a joint venture. He did a webinar to my email list, and he was selling he had a webinar software that he was selling. It was for hosting webinars. So the topic was webinars, right? And we get on, Anthony does his pitch, and Anthony's amazing, right? He does his pitch. We do 100 grand in sales, 100 grand in sales. So I text him under the table. I say, hey, Anthony, you mind if I do a repitch? Oh, you're Frank, you were one of the people on the bought it? So Frank knows this story. So I text Anthony, I said, can I do a repitch? He's like, what the hell is a repitch? I said, just let me pitch your same offer again. And he's like, but I just pitched it. And I'm like, I know, but let me pitch it. And he's like, okay. And so I get on camera and I do my own pitch. And a funny thing, I said, guys, I really have to pee and my urologist is gonna kill me. But I am not gonna leave this room until we do another $100,000 in sales. And everybody thought I was crazy. And I sat there for the next 45 minutes talking. Now, Frank, you were on there. Frank, it was a long webinar. Did we hit that 100 grand in sales? Oh, Lisa was there too. Did we hit that 100 grand in sales? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And we hit it. And as soon as we hit the 200 mark total sales, I got off, I went, and I probably still have damage from that. And Anthony calls me and he's like, dude, you're a maniac. He's like, I've never seen any, and he tells this story all the time. He's like, I've never seen anybody do that in my entire life. And I said, Anthony, I said, here's the principle. I know you love automated webinars. I know you do, but I'm telling you right now, I'll mow your lawn for 50 grand. He's like, what? I said, I'll mow your lawn for 50 grand. He's like, what? And I explained the lawnmower analogy to him. I said, bro, if I can get in a live room, I can make so much more than I would automated, that I'd rather just do it live. I don't care if I got to mow the lawn. And he's like, huh. You know, and so it was just this interesting thing that happened. And here's what I have to tell you guys. If you don't know what you're doing, sure, the automated webinars sound appealing. But if you do know what you're doing, I promise you, you'll mow the lawn for 50 grand. You'll do it live. You'll do, whether even if it's an hour presentation, if you know what you're doing, you'll do it live, because when you do it live, you make so much more. Trust me, okay? For instance, just real quick, and then we'll move on. Real quick, when I sell, and this is historical, and this is what I see with my clients as well. I see it with Josh, same thing. When you sell into a paid presentation, you're gonna have general admission and you're gonna have VIP, okay? Do you know where most of your buyers come from? Do you know where most of your buyers come from? VIP. 9, do you know the number? Do you know the number? Do you know the number? That's right. Thank you, Ivan. 90%. 90% of your buyers come from VIP, or they come from general that upgraded to VIP. And then maybe 10% will come from general. And generally the 10% that come from general is just because they couldn't make the VIP. Because guys, every day there's a VIP room, okay? Now, I get to talk and help. For those of you who are in VIP, was I not talking with you and helping you with your pitches and working with you in that VIP room? Was I not doing that? Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes. For those of you in general, you're seeing this in the Facebook group right now, so you can't see the Zoom comments because the VIPs are in Zoom. By the way, if you want to upgrade, you can go to epicpitch.com/VIP. But anyway, that's the point. So the VIP room is essential because this is where you can serve your clients the best, thus increasing their certainty that you can help them. I've been doing this 10 years. Trust me, if you know what you're doing, you'll do it live. You just will. Because you'll mow the lawn for 50 grand. Okay. So fill this in. It's not resistance to the task, it's resistance to the reward. You're not resisting the task, ladies and gentlemen, you're resisting the reward. It's not that you won't do it, it's that you won't do it cheap. All right, so we're gonna do one more very quick session, and then we're gonna take a break. So right now, I wanna show you 6, 7, and 8-figure presentation blueprint. All right. So right now you can go to a link, and it is epicpitch.com/blueprint. We actually made this. There might be some typos. We made this at the last minute because I thought it would be cool. So it's the epicpitch.com/blueprint. Just go ahead and head there now. Open file. Okay, 6, 7, and 8-figure presentation blueprints. So let's scroll up to the first one as I figure out how to use this board. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the 6-figure presentation blueprint, which is a VSL or webinar to a sales call. So here's the scenario for this. You're doing everything yourself, including taking the sales calls, okay? You're doing everything yourself, including taking the sales call. Now, what are the key metrics here? Well, let's just say that, and again, by the way, guys, these are like, when you're looking at this, you have to realize that a lot of this is like best case scenario, okay? So I'm not promising you'll make any of these amount of money. This is just like a theoretical best case scenario kind of thing, okay? So let's say that 5% of the people that watched your little VSL booked a call, all right? And look, you could be an accountant. You could be a bookkeeper. This is you could be a marketing agency. You could be a coach. You could be a lawyer. You're still running ads and getting on the phone with people. Same thing, right? So let's say 5% book that sales meeting. And let's say you're really good. So you close 20 to 30%. Now, if you do a little bit of math, if you're able to get 300 people through your organic and paid traffic to that presentation, and 5% book a call, that's 15 calls. Clients close, if you close at 20%, that's 3 clients. If you're charging, let's just use a random number, let's say you're charging $5,000. Well, that means your monthly revenue is $15,000 and your annual revenue is $180,000. Not bad, right? But then you got, of course, you know, this little guy here to worry about, but not bad. Now, why is this limited? It's limited because this model relies entirely on you. Your time becomes the bottleneck. This is why, while some solopreneurs can scale this to $250,000 a month or more, it's incredibly difficult to break into 7 figures without a team or more scalable systems. Guys, is this making sense so far? We made this at the last minute because I just wanted you guys to understand it. Is this clear? Yes? Okay, good. All right. Oh, by the way, real quick tip, guys. This is my first presentation teaching this content. Your first presentation will never be good as your 5th or 10th or 15th presentation. Don't be afraid to ask your audience if things are clear. I guarantee you that if I do this again, it's going to be better. So I always ask. It's okay. It's chill. You can't do that in a webinar. You can't stop the webinar and be like, by the way, guys, like, that's why I love paid presentations, because it's a more intimate experience. Like everybody, we're all friends here, you know? All right. So this, so let's move to the next one, which is the 7-figure presentation blueprint. So here's the scenario. You scale by outsourcing to a sales team or hiring a sales team and not enabling more volume. So again, let's say 5 to 10, let's say you're really good, 5 to 10% book a call, all right? And your sales team is, it's going to be more valuable. It's probably going to be lower, honestly, because nobody is ever going to close as good as you. You're going to have good closers. You're going to have bad closers. It's going to average out. And it's going to be 15 to 20%. And it's going to depend on who got into a fight with their girlfriend and this, that, and the other thing. So registrants per month. Let's say you pump 3,000. You're spending money on ads, boom, boom, boom. And let's say you get it to 7%. You get it to 7. So now you got 210 calls a month. Great. Well, if you close 20%, that's 42 clients. All right. That's $210,000 a month. That's $2.5 million a year. Boom. All right, we're starting to talk now. But while this model is definitely strong, it's constrained. This model works well to reach 7 figures, but it comes with additional complexities: hiring, managing, scaling a sales team of closers. You're also heavily dependent on ad spend for traffic, making it less profitable as you scale. Because again, you still have to cut into this to get people on. I know companies that make $2.5 million a year, they spend $2.4 million on ads. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Sometimes they spend more than $2.5 million. Now, while some businesses can scale this to 8 figures, it's rare without incredible operational efficiency. All right. 8-figure presentation blueprint, the paid multi-day event. You host a paid presentation. You deliver immense value and sell a premium offer. The secret is that the audience comes pre-qualified because they paid to attend. And you eliminate the need for endless calls or a large sales team. Guys, do you know whenever I've done an event like this, usually half the time I had a mastermind. I had a mastermind with, at its peak, 100 people, and it was $55,000. 100 people. And at least half of them joined from a text message conversation. A text message conversation, not a call, a text message conversation. because most of them attended one of my events. And but this isn't just me. I see this in the industry. Okay? So key metrics. Let's say you sell 60 attendees. Just 60. Now, I will tell you that, let's look at this number 12. I generally historically I convert 12 to 18%. So does Myron. I don't know if you guys know Myron Golden. It's generally a pro is going to fall around 15%. I've converted as high as 18 or more, depending on how warm people are, but it's somewhere in there, right? My client Josh, he just did an event. He converted at Joe's 15%. He converted at 14, 15%. I don't remember. 14%. He converted at 14%. That's pro. Okay? So 12% of attendees buy your premium offer. Let's say your premium offer is $25,000. Okay. 60 attendees, that's 12%, 7 clients. That's $175,000 per event. If you do one a month, that's $2.1 million a year. But guess what? You sold tickets. Your ticket sales paid for the ads. So you don't got to dip into this. This is yours. You get it? It's yours. It's not yours than the other ones. This is yours. All right? So, why this model scales to 8 figures? You don't need a sales team or even a massive attendance numbers. You simply grow your audience and scale up the numbers of tickets sold. Guys, if you're making money every event, you have time in between events to do better content, better ads, okay? So, if you simply grow your audience and scale up the number of tickets sold, say to 150 tickets per event instead of 60, you're now making $437,000 per event. Multiply that by 12 months, and you've just hit $5.25 million a year. You do it for 2 years, that's 8 figures, okay? Or you scale it up even more. You get 300 tickets sold. You do 12 events. That's 900 per event. That's 10.8 million a year. Okay. Again, there are companies that literally do this at massive scale, 100 million a year, like real estate companies and stuff. So I have a gift for you now. All right. Check this out. You guys ready for this? Eric from VIP. What if I can't imagine a 25K offer yet? Don't worry. We have offer sessions coming up. That's why you're here, bro. I got you. Don't worry. We'll cover it. All right. You're going to love this. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. So if you go, everybody right now, I want you to go to this link. I want you to go, and I'll write it up on the board because apparently I said it and everybody forgot, and I forgot to write it up on the board. My bad. But I'm going to write this on the board. Go to this link. epicpitch.com/calc. Okay? epicpitch.com/calc. Here's what I got for you. We have a paid presentation calculator. Now, let me explain how this works. You can edit here's what you do. You click File, make a copy. You can't edit this copy. So you click File, make a copy, and it'll make a copy in your own, did we make this editable? Did somebody, Joe, please have Nor lock this. Anyway, guys, don't edit mine, all right? Go ahead and hit make a copy right here so that you can make your own copy. I see you guys messing around in it. Look at that. All right, so see where it says edit the red cells to see how much money you can make. Here's what you do. So if I go here to general admission, and here, let me make a copy here real quick. Joe, can you please get on fixing that? All right. So let's say I'm charging 97 for general admission, 297 for VIP. Let's say I only converted 10% and my offer price is 25,000. Now, right here is where you can adjust any of these, right? You can adjust any of these. Now, right here is where you can adjust your number of VIPs. I'm putting it at 40%. Here's your per presentation. Total tickets sold. So we sold, what'd you say, Joe? 320? 300?
Yeah, 320.
Okay, so you go here and you say, think about how many tickets you can sell. So 320, boom, okay? Now, that means we've done, what percentage do we do in VIP? About 40%, 30%, Joe?
No,
Let's
it
just
was
say-
more than that. It's like 40%.
40%? Okay, so 40%. So we did 18,624 in general admission. We did 38,016 in VIP, okay? Now, if, let's just say we sell a $10,000 offer and we converted only 10%, which on a 10K offer, this would be way higher. But let's just look really lowball it. Let's say we sold a 10K offer, okay? And we converted at 10%. We're now making $1,177 per head. See, now up here, you can put the number of presentations you're willing to do per year. So let's say I'm willing to do 6 per year. That means with these numbers, I will do 376,640 per event, or the potential 2.259 million, right? But let's say I go 50,000, 1, 2, 3. So you can play with the numbers here. Oh, 5%. Let's say I only do 5%, 856 per event. Well, let's say I only sell 100 tickets. So you see how these numbers change? So if I sell 97 to 97, I convert at 10%. Let's say my offer is, I don't know, $20,000. And I'm willing to do 1 a month. Let's say I only sell 100 tickets per event. That means that per event, with these numbers, $217,000 or 2.6 million a year. Now, here's how you design your life. All you have to do is say to yourself, how much money do you want to make per year? How much money do you want to make? So let's just use an example. From the VIP, can somebody tell me how much money you want to make per year? Give me a number, okay? So Jonathan Neto says 1 million. Okay, great. I know I messed up your name. Sorry, Jonathan. Okay, so you want to make 1 million. So let's say you only charge 47 for general and you charge 197 for VIP, because a lot of people do that as well. Now, I can tell you right now that if you suck, you might do 5%, but if you're even remotely decent, 10%. The pros are doing 15, 18, something like that, okay? My client, Josh, who has not been doing this long, did 14%. Now, Jonathan, what do you charge for your offer right now? 2001, is that per month? You can unmute, Jonathan, you can unmute.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, so you charge $21.19 per month?
2,199, sorry.
Okay, you have an agency. How long do clients generally stick?
Minimum 6 months, but I have clients that stay anywhere from, I'm talking about years. So.
All right, but give me your average, but be conservative, lowball me.
Let's say 2 years.
Really? Oh, wow. That's amazing. Congratulations. That's great retention. Let's cut it down to a year. Let's just say it's a year. Okay. So 12 times, what was it? 2,119. So you're making 25,428 per client. So let's type that in, 25 per year, 428. So offer price, Now you're not making this cash up front. This is revenue, but still, 25,428. Okay, so let's just say you convert at 10. Let's say you're not that good. Okay. How many people do you think you can get on a paid presentation? If you really promise them to teach them some amazing stuff, how many people you think you can get to, and if you were able to spend money on ads for it, because you're obviously going to get the money back with ticket sales. All right.
I would say regularly anywhere between 50 to 100, likely.
50 to 100. So let's say 75. Okay. So that gives you 5, 6, 7, 8,000. Can you get 75 people there between your email list and $8,000 in ad spend?
My email list is not.
Okay, so fine.
Yeah.
Okay, even if you only got half your ad cost back, right? That's $190,000 in sales. So even if it took you an extra $4,000 in sales, like let's say that you spent, I don't know, 10 grand on ads, but you only made 5 grand in ticket sales. Okay, great, you're out 5 grand, fine. But you still paid for a big chunk of your ad spend, right?
Right.
And you suck at 10%. You suck. You're terrible. But you know what? Let's say 5% you suck. Okay, you're really bad. That's $103,000 per event. Now, how many events would you do if you would make 100 grand every time? How many events would you do per year?
Probably do it once a month, once a week if I could.
Okay,
Sure.
no, come on, settle down.
For real.
Settle down.
Do it as much as possible.
But you do 12 a year, right?
Yeah, at least.
Okay. Sure. So we were conservative. We're charging less than I even charge for the tickets. This is your very conservative lifetime value of your customer. This is if you really suck bad, 5%. You're doing 12 a year. That's 1.2 million per year. Now you tell me if you can do that with a webinar. With the same amount. So you get 75 registrants on a webinar and you do one webinar a month. Can you make 1.2 million a year?
I would assume not.
So, I mean, maybe if you were like one of the best in the world, but here's the thing. You don't have to be the best in the world to make a paid presentation work because it's more forgiving. And I'm actually going to cover that here in a bit. But anyway, guys, I wanted to give you this as a free gift. So here, all you do is you hit file and you hit make a copy. That'll make you a copy, and then you can edit this. And all you have to do is you look at this number here and you play with the numbers. And you figure out, all right, what am I going to charge for general and VIP? What can I convert at? And all this stuff, and you'll get your number. You'll get your number. And if you want to make more money, you get better at the presentation. Boom. Now you're making 2.3 million a year. If you want to make more money, you raise your price. So 30,000. If you want to make more, see now it's 2.7. If you want to make more money, you get more people on. You learn more about getting people on. So now you're going to get, say, 150 per event. Now you're at 5.5 million. Do you guys understand? Do you see how easy this becomes when you can just see the math?
Yeah.
I see you smiling.
Yeah. Oh, the gears are definitely turning, for sure.
All right, awesome. Okay, so that's my gift to you guys. Again, get yourself a copy at epicpitch.com/calc. And now, here's what I'd like to do. We're going to take a break because my voice needs a quick break. I also want to be able to. If you're a VIP, guys, I'm seeing some questions in the VIP. Here's the thing. If it's a question that I'm about to answer in one of the sessions, then I'm not going to address it. But if it's a question I see that's not getting addressed, I promise you I will address it. So our next session, we're going to address a lot of these questions in it. But are you guys liking this so far? Are you guys liking the calculator? Is this making sense? Okay, yes, love it, love it. Wow, ooh. Chat's lighting up. All right, awesome, awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a short break. And next up is how to achieve 6 months of sales in just 6 days. That's where I'm gonna start getting into paid presentations and the real like nitty gritty of this stuff, okay? And why they work. More importantly, why do they work? Now, day 3, we're gonna talk a lot about getting traffic. We're gonna talk a little bit about that today, but boom. So give me 1 second and I'll give you guys a nice and neat break video here. And I will see you all in 10 minutes.
I look at the whole industry as a whole, and I want to learn about storytelling, copywriting, selling from stage, selling one to many. One of the best experts in the entire world is my good friend, brother, Mr. Dan Henry. So if you are looking to expand your reach, amplify your audience, you want to sell more high ticket stuff, you want to sell recurring membership stuff, you want to be able to sell digital courses, Dan is the man.
I have a very specific criteria when I choose to work with people. And first of all, their values and the way they do business has to align with me. And I felt that was the case with Dan. Also, I just watch their content. I mean, I think for me, you really know when someone knows what they're talking about just from watching some of their content. And, you know, that is simple as that. And Dan had done, and that was the second thing. The third thing is Dan had built the business model that I wanted to build. So there was complete fit between what I wanted to do and what he'd done. And also the fact I knew he was the real deal. And I could see that from what I saw online. That was the criteria I used.
So I've definitely been in like the marketing space for 5, 6, 7 years, I think now. And I've seen it all. I've heard it all. I've seen all the gurus out there, but I resonate with Dan because he's one of us. He's just an everyday guy that's just figured it out. He's been consistent. He's put in the time and the effort, and he's got into this. Like, he is the benchmark essentially.
Even though I saw other people, I didn't feel it. You know, you can feel when somebody's for you, can just feel it. And I felt like, wow, Dan's direct. All these other people seem very mainstream and fake, and they don't. You know, they're just, Dan was just kind of like very direct. He would cuss, he would do all this. I'm like, okay. And then I was like, okay, I don't know. It just felt so right.
Look at anybody who is successful. They all have mentors. They all have somebody who knows more than them that can guide them on a path that they haven't been before. And to be honest, like, I don't know what I don't know, and I knew that before I came in. I didn't know what I didn't know, so I needed experience from somebody who was further along than me.
Do you want to invest something that could pay you back, I mean, tenfold? Or are you just going to keep YouTubing it? You know, you really just can't. All I'd have to say is look at Dan's results, look at his business, look at how much he's grown over the last few years, and judge for yourself if you think he could teach you a thing or two about copy.
All that stress is now gone. The financial stress, that's all gone. And I finally see a path out of the old $7 launch model into the paid traffic model. And I never had that path before. I never knew how to do that. And again, I followed all your advice in the past since I joined. I've gotten a result from it, a very good one. So I have no reason to believe that what you're going to teach me with the paid stuff is not going to get me the same result. And I'm a very, very hard worker. Like, I'm someone who puts my head down and just does it. So, you know, I'm going to take it to the next level. And that's kind of what it is for me when it comes to that. It's just all about finding that new direction and finally being able to get paid what I believe my training and my coaching is worth.
$10,000 is just the beginning. I now have the courage to launch a $30,000 program, and that is happening in just a month, and I'm not nervous about it at all. And I know I wouldn't have that courage if I didn't have a humble mentor like Dan, because he shares the insights of what he's going through, what he is doing in his business, what has supported him, and that wisdom and knowledge is literally priceless. And I love that he shares that, and he's not afraid to share it, and that gives me the courage of, I can do this too. If Dan did it, as a pizza delivery guy, I can do it too. And I just love that about him. And I'm totally a lifer and tell everyone about his programs. And I'm just so excited for him to be able to support you. If you're on the fence about working with getclients.com and Dan Henry, I just want you to know you are in the best of hands. Dan and his team literally pour their heart and soul into their programs. They want you to succeed. They want this to be easier for you. They want you to make a lot of money. They want you to be their next success story.
I found Dan. I watched Dan a little bit and kind of got that feeling that his strongest positioning was sales, and just the way that he presented himself online, the way that he did live pitches. I said, I want to do that. I want to be good at that.
If you're on the fence and ask yourself if you should, invest in the coaching, in the courses of Dan Henry, I highly recommend to do it. Everything you invest in him, you get out 10x, 20x.
Dan Henry has a no bullshit, true approach based on his real life experience, incredible success, and no fluff.
So when I first got started, I had just got laid off from my job. It was an entry-level position. I was making about $30,000 a year. And literally now, thanks to the GetClients.com team and Dan Henry, I make that in a month. And so one of the biggest things that I got was the ability to run ads, and then the ability to split test and actually get results in other marketplaces.
I teach wedding photographers how to book high ticket clients with Facebook ads. And sales were hard. Like getting people to buy that, it was like pulling teeth. It was awful. Got onto the boat with Dan and we went through, and when he's talking about speaking, the language of high ticket buyers and everything, it's literally, we just reworked everything. Right now I have 10 sales at 5K.
Trust yourself, trust the process, trust Dan. If you feel like this is the right thing to do, do it. Dan has shown you time and time again that he knows what he's talking about. All you have to do is follow the blueprint that is already laid out for you. If you're stuck with mindset, there's even mindset stuff. If you're stuck with sales, there's sales stuff. Systems and processes, there's systems and processes stuff.
I used to charge $25 an hour, so that's important for a one-on-one client. Now I have remodeled my business and I do a group coaching program, so not giving away a lot of my time. And that is a $10,000 program, and I just sold 42 spots to that program.
Dan is the best in the industry, no doubt about it. So if you want to learn from the best, someone who's created multiple millions doing this, knows everything about ads and scaling and selling high ticket and even digital courses, he is the best in the industry.
If you're on the fence, you just have to keep in mind, you have to struggle, you have to put in the work, you have to have this mindset, and you have to have great coaches. And I say, Dan, you're one of the best coaches I had, and this was definitely the best decision I made.
I was charging $750 a month, and now it's a program where it's 3 months worth of building a funnel and running ads and stuff like that. And now it's $5,800.
I had a $500 offer I had created for small business owners during COVID when it first came out, just to try to help out. Pain in the ass, total pain in the ass. Everyone didn't do any work, wanted refunds, all that stuff. So I kicked it up to $5,000 when I started working with you guys. Sold, it was very easy to sell high ticket. Now I focus more on my cybersecurity stuff. And so now the deals are multi-six figure, usually 7 and 8 figure deals sometimes in the business. So we've went basically from $500 to millions in the average deal size.
If you value clarity, if you really want to make a difference, if you believe that you can help people with your knowledge, then you will not find a better teacher than Dan Henry. You just won't. If you're on the fence, get off the fence immediately.
And Dan, and to anybody that's watching this, I'm not getting paid for this, by the way. This is like as real as it gets, and I'm looking right at the camera. If you really want to take your knowledge and put it together in a gift and be able to share that with people, and you're considering where should I go, where to, who do I listen to? There's so much noise right now. You have to give this man a chance. You really do.
I did not use Dan's program as a program for an agency. I used it for my own music business. So I just want to let everyone know that the strategies inside this program, you can apply them to your own business. After implementing all this stuff, I've been able to scale up my own music business into a place that I'm very, very happy about it. It's definitely changed my life.
My name is Cassandra Lawless and I'm an accredited practicing dietitian here in Australia. And with my cousin Bernice, we've been trying to build up our health company called Health Code Co. In more recent years, we've transitioned to coaching and we just did not know where to start. And we heard about Dan Henry probably about a year before we actually signed on with him. Initially, I actually thought it was an American scam. But then we scavenged all our money and paid, and we were so happy with the result. We actually got 5 clients on our first amateur whiteboard webinar, and we just did not think that was possible.
I mean, Dan can be really hard on you. He's not always nice about certain things, but that's because he cares. And the people who really care about you are going to tell you what you need to hear and not what you want to hear.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Better? Is it not crackling anymore?
No crackle.
All right. Amazing. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So guys, before we move on, I'd like to take some questions and then we're going to move on to how to achieve 6 months of sales in 6 days. So let me just take a few minutes to answer questions. VIPs, put it in the Q&A if you don't mind. Okay. And I'll answer some questions. Oh, you can't ask questions. Okay, then just put them in the chat. That's fine. Maybe it's a Zoom thing. Okay, do you just deduct your ad spend from the revenue generated? So just to be clear, to just draw this out quite simply, is the ad goes to the paid presentation. The paid presentation will generate revenue because people are paying to watch it, right? And so let's say you spend 10K in ads, right? The idea is to make at least 10K in tickets so that when you convert the people on the paid presentation to clients, whatever amount you make is pure profit. Does this make sense? That is our goal, right? That is our goal. Now, I also see from Angela, how do I test my offer? You guys are gonna love this because I'm gonna teach you, I'm gonna teach you. Can we keep our microphones muted, by the way, guys? I'm going to teach you how to validate an offer. So you can actually figure out if this will scale with ads before you ever write a presentation. We're going to cover that today. You can literally know if this will sell and do this without even actually creating the event. You can do that. So I'm really excited to teach you guys that. And then let's see here. What else we got? When you have someone you are targeting who is high net worth, do they have time to be on a paid presentation like this? Shannon. By the way, if I address, guys, for VIPs, if I address you, you can unmute your microphone and we can just chat real quick. Okay, I do want to keep it moving so we cover everything. But Shannon, so think about this. Some of the highest net worth people in the world will go to certain events, conferences, to meetings. Now, I mean, I'm not saying you're going to get Elon Musk to attend, but can you give me an example, Shannon, of like a high net worth individual?
I guess I'm just thinking of someone who's like a CEO, someone in the C-suite, someone who's going to be like, I'm busy with my work day. I don't have time in the middle of the day to go off and do a presentation.
So here's how I would address that. So remember the story I told earlier in the VIP room about the doctor who held the event?
Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody there was a high-level entrepreneur, C-suite professional, okay? The thing about getting people to attend an event, live or in person, because by the way, guys, you can do this live. You can do this you can do it as a dinner, okay? It's the same concept, but you will have people, if they're the right frame, if the right reason for them to come is good enough, is appealing enough, they will come, okay? For instance, that event that, and I'll be honest with you, if you want like major CEOs of companies, they love networking events. At least the ones I've met, they love networking events, right? So you can always frame a paid presentation as a networking event. Now, here's one thing I will tell you, and I have mentioned this in my career in the past, that a large section of the market, if you were to look at a market, to your point, right? Most people are just normies, right? They're just normies. I was a normie most of my life. These are just normal, everyday people. They're not, as you put it, high-level C-suite CEOs, right? But then you have what's called players, okay? So for instance, one of the things I taught, so when I first got started, it's funny, I had an assistant named Stephanie, and Stephanie did not know anything about sales. And one time, we had so many sales calls that I literally put her on sales, and she was like, dude, what am I doing, right? And she ended up outselling all of the other sales reps because she just knew she had so much conviction in what I did, and she saw so many clients that got good results. She just had like she just naturally sold better, right? Anyway, the reason I told you that story is because one time she asked me a question. She said, Dan, sometimes I get people on the phone who are like, they're just like, how much is it? Just tell me how much it is, right? And if I'm in, I'm in. And I said, well, are they a player? She's like, what do you mean a player? I said, well, there's certain people in the industry who are players, right? Like for instance, I went and I spoke at a John Penberthy's event in London. There was somebody there named Lisa. Lisa's a player, right? And she's a high-level entrepreneur. I met her. She actually lives here in Dubai. So I'm here in Dubai, and she texts me. She's like, hey, I'm interested in maybe working together, right? So I, over text, I said, hey, this is my private client program. This is what you get. Here's the price. And she's like, all right, done, right? Well, actually, we met for a coffee because she was so close. We talked, and she's like, okay, done. She didn't need a big explanation. She didn't need a big sales pitch. Done, good, she's in, right? Why do I say that? It's because some people are players. The same rules do not apply to players. So I might not necessarily charge for that event, because was that going to be your next question? Like, do you charge for the event?
No, I just more had the consideration that people aren't going to spend like lots and lots and lots of time, because to them, they understand that time is money, that their production time is valuable.
Right. And I agree with you. And that is why, if you're working with a player, which most of us aren't, but you are, If you're working with a player, here's the difference in rules. You don't need to charge for anything. They've already paid their dues by being a player. You don't need as much, so you don't need to charge, right? You don't need as much time. That event that my doctor held, that was like 2-3 hours. That was not multiple days, okay? So you don't need to do that. You need less. If you're working with players, you can take all these concepts that I'm teaching you and you can just do like 1/10 of them and it'll work as long as everything is clear. Does that make sense?
Totally. Absolutely.
Yeah. So just to reiterate, if someone's a player, they've already paid their dues in life. You don't need to charge them to tell them what you sell. And you don't need as much time to sell them because if it makes sense to them, like she said, time is money, they get it, they're in. So, but most of us are not where, I don't even work with players. Sometimes I do. Sometimes somebody will reach out who does, like I just had a guy, he does $700,000 a month with his software. He paid me for to review his webinar. $700,000 a month, that's a player. Did I have a sales conversation with him? No. He's like, hey man, how much? I said, yeah, it's this, blah, 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 done. Okay. So he's a player, but most people aren't players. I've worked with a lot of people who, like I was one day, are a normie. I work with them and then eventually they become a player. All right. But if you're starting out at the gate, you're working with CEOs, you're working with players, the same rules don't normally apply. So Shannon, I appreciate you asking that question, because it's valuable to understand that the rules of the game are a bit different when you have a player, okay? Does that make sense to everybody?
Thank you so much. That's amazing.
Yes, awesome, okay. Is it better to sell tickets through a sales page or a webinar? Great question, Alaric. So Alaric, I don't, look, I promise you, if you're, here, I'm gonna cover this later, but I'll cover it right now, screw it. Guys, somebody give me an idea for a paid presentation. Somebody in the chat, I'm going to teach you something. Somebody give me an idea for a paid presentation. Just give me an idea. Give me a name. Okay. Okay, coding course, yoga retreat, value creation workshop, okay? Personal authority, Facebook marketing. So this is why, guys, right now, write this down. This is where you want to write something down, because I'm going to teach you, this isn't even just paid presentation, this is a core concept. If you want to be able to sell something without, that's a couple $100 or less, without having to do this long drawn out sales pitch, if you want to be able to sell it with a short pitch, here is all you have to do. You have to solve what I call a nuts and bolts problem, okay? A nuts and bolts problem. What is a nuts and bolt problem? How many times have I worked with somebody and they're like, I want to create the become a millionaire presentation. I want to create the live your best life presentation. Right? Guys, these are macro. These are macro problems. You need to bring it down to a micro problem. So I had, for those of you who have been following me for a long time, back when I sold Facebook ad training, I did about $150,000 with a $47 offer. And that $47 offer warmed people up to buy my $1,000 training program. Does anybody know? And it was, you're gonna think it's a dumb offer, okay? It was called Pixel Hero. And it literally showed you, it was a $47 course on how to install the Facebook Pixel. A micro nuts and bolts problem. So you said, well, Dan, you can go on Facebook's Google on their help doc and learn how to do that. Yes, you can, but it's not explained very clearly. I made a little mini course that was very clear and easy. And I had a pitch for it that was so good that people paid $47 just to have it explained clearer. And I made about 150 grand off that course. Now, that's a nuts and bolt problem. How to install your Facebook pixel. Why? Because if you want to make money with Facebook ads, if you want to promote your business, you got to install the pixel. It's a nuts and bolts offer because it solves a nuts and bolts problem. So what you have to think of, what are the nuts and bolts? Like, think about this challenge, guys. I didn't say, like, let me go through some of my paid presentations. So Epic Pitch Challenge. To me, that's a nut and bolt offer because everything on our sales page is like, listen, let me show you how to create a pitch. Well, there's a lot to business, right? Like, there's a lot. I didn't say anything about Facebook ads. I didn't say anything. I mean, I did, you know, get people into the pitch, but it's just one thing. Just here, how to create a presentation that gets clients. One thing, right? I'm not saying how to become a coach. I'm not saying how to live your best life. I'm not saying how to save your marriage. If I was doing a paid presentation for marriage coaching, I would say something like I would do a challenge like the argue less challenge, or the healthy argument workshop. I would just focus on one nut and bolt, arguments. That's it, not marriage as a whole. So I had an event one time called the Raise Your Prices Challenge. The entire event was around raising your prices. That was it. That's all I taught, was raising your prices. And then at the end, we sold a $20,000, no, we sold a $20,000 12-week boot camp that helped them craft their high ticket premium offer and sell it. But half the people bought the 50K mastermind, which was bananas. And then we did, what was the other one? I can't remember. I've done so many, but you guys, it's a nuts and bolt offer, okay? So what you got to think is, what's the big picture and what are the nuts and bolts of that? Pick one of those and make a product out of it, like a paid presentation, like a webinar, like a book, whatever, okay? Well, books you can go a bit wider, but you get what I'm saying? Because now you don't have to be Tony Robbins to buy. If I say, live your best life challenge, scale your business challenge. Well, now I have to be Tony Robbins for you to buy a ticket, because now I'm asking you to trust me completely to solve your whole issue for your whole world. But if I say, hey, let me show you how to raise your prices, that's a nut and bolt thing. Hey, let me show you how to do, create a pitch. Okay, that's a nuts and bolts thing. It's a lot easier to sell something when it just solves one piece of the puzzle. And people are more interested because they know what they're solving. Okay? Does this make, guys, am I making sense here? Angela says this is pure gold. Yes? Yeah. In other words, guys, stop trying to be Tony Robbins. You ain't Tony Robbins. You don't have banana hands, okay? You can't do this. Just solve one freaking problem, pick the problem, and solve that. And then they're gonna come to you for the rest of the problems naturally. Like dude, Joe set up this entire freaking VA management system for my company. I literally film one thing, and a team of VAs, some of them a fraction of what you'd pay somebody in the West, everything automated, right? Like, they get a reel, they do this, they cut it. Okay, this one had this many views, this one had that many views, blah, blah, blah. It's all like operational efficiency. We help our clients with that. Our clients, we'll get them VAs that are $500 to $1,000 a month each, that'll outwork anybody you could hire for the same job in the US, and they'll do a better job because of the operational efficiency. That has nothing to do with pitching, nothing. It's just a service we provide to our clients, right? Like, we can help you build an entire content team for your Instagram and YouTube. Am I talking about that here? No, I'm solving one thing. And then when it's like, oh, maybe I want to work with Dan. And then when you realize I can solve all the things, then you're like, oh, wow, this makes sense. I'm just solving one thing. Stop trying to be Tony Robbins, okay? Pick, I don't even remember what the original question was. I'm just saying, pick a damn problem and solve the problem. Don't try to change the whole course of history in one product. You know what I mean? Okay, I'll take one more question. Is it more profitable to add to a sales page? I go right to a sales page with a VSL for this. Easy peasy. Yeah, see, trying to solve too many problems. Most of you are trying to solve too many problems. 1 second. Mic better now? That fixed the mic?
Keep
What
talking.
about becoming a... Huh?
Just keep talking again because it keeps.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Interesting.
I'll let you know. Yeah, you're good now. I'll let you know.
Okay. What about becoming an expert in a niche? Do you do that one nuts and bolts? Guys, whenever you sell an entry into your world, you do it with a nut and bolt. Unless you're Tony Robbins, then you can do whatever you want. But you're not Tony Robbins. I'm not Tony Robbins. I can't do that. I can't. Guys, would you have... I want to move on to the next session, but think about this. If I would have made this the Grow Your Business Challenge, would you have been as compelled to buy a ticket versus let me teach you how to create a pitch for your business? No. Okay? Riches in the niches. Yeah, exactly. It's a nuts and bolt offer. Okay? And that is yes, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for saying that. It's so easy to build an audience when you solve their actual problems instead of trying to be Marie Forleo or Tony Robbins. It's like you wipe the placenta off and you're like, let's go. I'm a guru. Okay? No, bro. No. Solve a problem. Okay? You just got born into this. Chill. But I started teaching people how to install the Facebook pixel. Think about that. I've done $32 million. And it started with, here's how to install your Facebook pixel. Come on, guys. Stop trying to be Tony right out of the gate. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say about that. All right, we got to move on. All right, so, by the way, you guys liking this? Tell me. This is why I like a live audience in person, but this will do, especially because it's more profitable. Super, okay, awesome, fantastic. Whew, all right. How to achieve 6 months of sales in just 6 days. Okay? So, in your workbook, you're gonna see some principles, some key principles. When I say the thing, write it down. You'll hear me say it, and when you hear me say it, fill in the blank, okay? So, what if I told you that right now, somewhere in the world, someone is making more sales in 6 days than most businesses make in 6 months using nothing but one of these presentations? So, in 2008, Tony, I can't pronounce his last name, I'm sorry, Heish, of Zappos faced a critical moment. The company had $40 million in inventory but was running out of cash. Instead of traditional sales methods that would take months, he decided to gather his top 20 potential investors for a 3-day intensive presentation retreat. Shannon, to your point. After spending concentrated time understanding his vision, 11 of them invested, saving the company. What would have taken 6 to 8 months of individual meetings was accomplished in just 3 days of focused presentation time. Okay? So, I had a friend, just to wrap your head around this, I had a friend who has an amazing marriage. And guys, tell me, if you're anything like me, when you meet somebody that has an amazing marriage, you ask them questions. You're like, hey, give me some tips. Is anybody else like that? I do that every time. I'm like, yo, give me some marriage tips. Okay? So I started asking him, and he's like, I said, hey, how long did you wait before you decided to marry your wife? And he's like, 2 weeks. And I was like, wait, I'm sorry, what? 2 weeks? And he's like, yeah, 2 weeks. And I was like, bro, why would you only wait 2 weeks? He's like, well, I kind of squeezed 6 months of dating into 2 weeks. I was like, what? And he's like, look, Dan, let me explain. If you go out with a girl, say 1 date, maybe 2 a week, probably 1 per week for 6 months. Well, first he said, hey, if you go out on a date a week for 2 weeks, how likely are you to marry that person? And I was like, pretty low, right? I just met him. 2 weeks, couple dates. He says, well, now what if you go out on a date a week for 6 months? I said, well, yeah, way higher, right? Like way higher percentage. I've been seeing him for 6 months. He's like, got it. He's like, well, see, what happened was I had just started dating a girl and I had a 2-week cruise that I was going with my buddy. And I was like, you're going on a 2-week cruise with your buddy? That's kind of weird, but okay. And he's like, yeah, but he got sick. And so I asked my new girlfriend, I said, hey, would you like to go? And she said, okay. So they went on a 2-week cruise together. And he says, Dan, I spent every waking moment with this woman, morning until night, for 2 straight weeks. And if you think about it, it was like about the same amount of time, and I got to see a more intimate side of her in 2 weeks rather than waiting 6 months. And I just knew I had enough data. I knew I had what I needed to make a decision, and I decided to marry her, okay? That's it. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah. And he said, here's the thing. Write this down, fill this in. He goes, you know what I like better about this? He says, when I date a girl and I have a lot of time in between, I forget things. You know, I forget things. And when it's condensed, I can see everything right in a row, you know? And I thought about it, and it reminded me of this time that I bought a boat, and I literally went to a dealership, looked at a boat. I called the dealership, talked about a boat, and then I never followed up with the guy. He never followed up with me, and I didn't buy the boat. One day, my friends come over, and they're like, where's this boat you were gonna buy? And I was like, oh, crud. And I didn't buy the boat, and I couldn't remember the guy's name and all this. So I ended up going to the St. Pete Boat Show, or the Pinellas County Boat Show. And I'm there at the boat show, and I'm looking at all these boats, and I talked to this guy for probably 2 hours about a boat, get his number, and I ended up buying a boat from the guy. I mean, you know, like, the point I'm trying to make here is that long gaps make memories lapse, right? Like, I forgot about the boat. I just forgot about it. And so back to the dating analogy. I remember y'all follow Hormozy and his wife. They're a little weird too with it because they decided to get married right away as well. And I remember I watched a video from them, and they said almost the same exact thing. They said, look, we spent every waking moment together. I guess they were like in a car, and he's like, help me close these sales. And then they ended up just working together all day, right? And so the point I'm trying to make here is that you can condense the sales cycle. If somebody watches your little webinar that you do, okay? And they think about it, and then they see some Instagram content, and then they see some YouTube content, and then they might see some emails, okay? And okay, maybe a decision, and then they buy. The average sales cycle for a premium offer is about 6 months. Can we all agree with that? Like 4 to 6 months is the average sales cycle for like a premium higher end offer. From the first iteration of learning about somebody. That's why they say 70% of sales are in the follow-up, because the sales cycle is long. And so what you're doing with a paid presentation is you're getting them in a room, you're providing a transformational experience, and you're compressing 6 months of a sales cycle into like 6 days. And whenever I've done these presentations, or I've worked with clients that have done these presentations, they've always said this to me. I remember, this is what made me think of this. One of my clients was like, dude, this is like, I think, was it Andy? I don't remember. But he was like, dude, this is like taking a 6-month sales cycle and just compressing it. And I was like, yeah, that is what it's like, okay? And so when you are able to spend, and write this down, the longer you spend with someone in a row, the faster the relationships will grow. Because look, if I, again, back to the dating analogy, if I meet a girl and I connect with her, I might forget the connection 2 weeks later, like, oh, we talked about this thing, whatever, unless we're sitting there texting all day, which I don't do. Sorry. But if I'm spending 2 weeks in a row, I can really dig into that thing. I can learn about your family. That's what happened with me and my wife. When we met, we just constantly spent time together. She came over to my house. She spent all kinds of time with me. I mean, I think there was a point where we literally had 3 weeks where she didn't go back to her roommate. And we just learned so much about each other. We decided to get married. Also, my friend was before this maybe have inspired this, but it was only 2 or 3 weeks before I decided to marry my wife, and we actually got married within 6 months. Because we spent so much time together. I had everything I needed. Yeah, so the two principles are long gaps make memories lapse, and the longer you spend with someone in a row, the faster the relationships will grow. Because look, if we have a conversation about doing business together, and then I don't talk to you for 2 weeks, or you don't see anything from me for 2 weeks, you might forget. But if we're sitting here for 3 days talking about it, you're not gonna forget it. You're gonna be contemplating it the whole time. I mean, it could be same thing. Like if I go and I attend, this is why I don't buy courses. I go and I attend events because I know that if I buy a course, I'm gonna watch a lesson, then I'll get busy, and a week later I'll watch another lesson, then I'll forget what I learned in the first lesson. So I only go to events. Like when I learned speaking, I went to an event. When I spent 50 grand on a signature talk event, and I went and I just sat there, shut myself off from everything, and I learned how to do a signature talk. That was with oh gosh, who was that? That was Grant Cardone's guy I forget his name. It was like 3 years ago, but it was 50 grand, and it was like a 2-day event, and you would build out your signature talk. And signature talk meant you would go speak at an event, you would do like a 45-minute talk. What the hell is his name? I can't remember. I feel terrible now. Anyway, so that's the point. The point is, when you're building these presentations, you're building them with the goal in mind to condense the sales cycle. So there's a lot of stuff you have to cover, and there's a lot of things you have to do. But the reason why I tell you this is because I want you to understand the point. The point is to condense the sales cycle. So let's move on, and let me actually explain this in practice. How we made 1 million from one presentation without a sales team, okay? So Jim Rohn said, if you don't design your own life plan, chances are you'll fall into someone else's plan. Dan Henry says, if you're gonna follow a plan, follow the one that makes you the most money, all right? So I have a book recommendation for you guys. It's called Designing Your Life, How to Build a Well-Lived, Joyful Life. Designing Your Life, How to Build a Well-Lived, Joyful Life. Get that book. So here's what happened, and Joe was on this presentation. This was at the very beginning of COVID. We had a program that we sold people into, and I wanted to launch, or I had a mastermind, and it was brand new, and basically the mastermind, the offer for me was, if I remember it correctly, it was a while ago, it was pretty much just, it was a weekly call, and I think we did 3 2-day events. I don't remember, but it was 30 grand. It was 30 grand. And I was going to launch it. I was going to do a live event. I was going to bring people in a room. I was going to rent a hotel. I was going to provide food, and I was going to, I wasn't going to have pyrotechnics, but you get what I'm saying. I was going to spend a lot of money on this event. And my goal was, I was like, okay, if I can sell like 10 of these and make $300,000, I'll have a nice mastermind. I'll have a group of people who I can jam with. That'll be fun. I'll make 300 grand at this event, right? And so I was like, okay, if I can break even, like I had the same mindset. Well, then what happens is COVID happens. COVID. So I had to cancel the event, and we couldn't do it. And so it was actually Myron. I said to him, I said, I can't do the event. And he's like, why? I said, well, nobody can leave. He's like, well, do it on Zoom. Do it on Zoom. Do it on Zoom? So I'm selling a $30,000 offer. He's like, so? I said, oh, okay. So I grabbed one camera. I was in my dining room. And I had I didn't have this. I had a, flip chart. I didn't do, so all this fancy stuff you see here, all this BS that I'm doing, I didn't have that. I had one camera, a little laptop, and a paper easel. I gotta tear the paper. Oh, give me a second, guys. Tear the paper. It's all loud and stuff. Oh, this ripped. Oh, hold on. It was not organized. And I did the event, and I thought, I was like, man, just let me sell 5. Let me sell 5. I mean, it cost me nothing to do. It was Zoom. What, $50 a month for Zoom? Anyway, I do the event. Joe's on it. And here's a funny story. Joe wins, and Joe was not my COO then. We didn't even know each other, right? Joe, what did you win? You won an iPad. We gave away like iPads, and he wins one with the getclients.com etched on it. And years later, he becomes my COO, which is a wild story. But anyway, we do this event, and I sell 34 people into a $30,000 mastermind, and we did $1,028,000. And that moment changed my life, because in my head, I had built up this plan A was, hotel, right? Food, swag, right? Oh, let's do swag, right? And it was super, 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 super expensive, okay? But I was like, okay, well, people are, as long as I can sell the tickets, I'll sell the tickets for this much, and then people will fly out, and they got to get on planes, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I've done these before. AdCon, I had an event called AdCon. We had that. We had the event, we had the lights, we had all the chairs, people flew out, blah, blah, blah. I did a pitch one time, we made like 150 grand or something, whatever. But it was exhausting. So this time, that was my plan to do that again. Well, COVID happened, so I had to switch to plan B. So what did we do for plan B? We had a Zoom room, okay? We had a whiteboard, not as fancy as the one I have here. And we had a camera. Nobody had to leave their home. Nobody had to get on a plane. Nada. $1 million in a day. $1 million in a day. And that's when I realized how to design my life. So in the workbook, in your workbook, oh, and I'll cover it without a sales team thing too. I didn't have a sales team then. Now, I did not know that I would sell that many. I forgot to cover this. So I had no sales team. I thought I'd sell 5. So, oh yeah, that was, yes, that was a 2-day event. Yes, well, I guess, yes, you did attend that. Okay, so what I did was this. I said, okay, I believe it was $1,000. Yeah, I said, okay, $1,000, here's the deal. If you're interested in the mastermind, go to this page, put down $1,000 deposit. Once you put down $1,000 deposit, we'll have a chat with you. And I was willing to have a chat because I was like, well, if you put down $1,000 deposit, I mean, if it doesn't work out, I'll refund it, but at least it shows me you're serious. If I talk to everybody, I wouldn't be able to talk to anybody. So I had him put down $1,000 deposit. And this, to be clear, I do this on most events, okay? I do this on most events. Put down a deposit, refundable. Why? Because when someone puts a deposit down, they're saying to you, hey, I'm interested and I'm serious. So then we got on a call and I just tried to make the payment work for them. That was it. And just made sure I could help them in their specific scenario. And I believe we had like 36 deposits, 37 deposits, and 34 people went through with it. And so we refunded 3 or 4 deposits, and the rest of the people signed up. Now, I did not know I was going to have to do that because I didn't know that many people were going to sign up. So later I realized you could actually just do this over text. And I started doing things with text, and that was way easier because they've already attended, they've already spoken to you, they've already done all this, right? So it's just a lot easier with text. And honestly, for me, when I know I'm going to invest in something, I don't want to wait for a call. I don't want to schedule a call. I would much rather just text somebody and talk about it. But this is what I did. And so grab your workbook and let me map this out for you. If you can create a paid presentation, let's just say let's call it 50 grand. Let's just call it 50 grand. If one paid presentation can do 50K for you, and you're willing to do 2 to 3 days, speak for 2 or 3 days once a month, then other than your normal tasks, your actual selling would be, let's just say 3 days per month. Now, obviously, you've seen the numbers. This number can be way more than 50K. You can use that calculator to figure it out. But if you could create a paid presentation that would make 50 to 100K per event, and let's say you had to talk for 3 days, for a couple hours a day, 3 hours a day, would you do that every month? Would you work 3 hours a day, 3 days a month, every month to make this money on the low end instead of taking regular sales calls throughout the month? Would you do that? I'm not saying you would. I'm saying that's what I would do. And that's what I like doing because I like all that time in between to not have to sell anything, okay? Okay, so most of you would agree, right? Now, I will admit something to you. I have many flaws. I'm very good at presenting and all this, but one big flaw, and Joe will tell you this, is I'm a tweaker. If you're anything like me, you're creative. So when I do something that works, I want to do something else. And I finally got smart, and it took Grant Cardone to tell me this. Grant Cardone had this event. It was free. He invited the top 30 internet marketers in the world to his office. I'll tell you about it later. It was a whole thing. And I was one of the people that got invited. And I'm sitting there. Oh, and he wanted us to promote this event he was doing, which actually was a paid presentation. I was one of the top 10 affiliates, so I got invited out to his house. And I got to play backgammon with it. The bastard took me for $2,500 on a backgammon game. But we're sitting there talking, and I was explaining to him my business, and I was like, hey, do you got any tips for me? And he's like, well, he said, you mentioned all this stuff, and it all seems to work, but what worked the best? I said, oh, I did paid presentations. He's like, what do you mean? And I said, well, like the thing you're doing, like the event, virtually. And he goes, oh, that's made the most money for you. I said, yeah. I said, has that given you the less stress? I said, yeah. He's like, okay, so you've done X, Y, Z, this, and that. But the thing that makes you the most money with the least amount of stress, you're not doing that all the time? I said, no. And he's like, if it worked, do it again. And so I did it again for a company that I owned at the time called Closed Deals, which I'll be honest with you, I did not enjoy owning that company. We had a bad offer. And I have a session later in this event that talks about how we made $1 million in sales with one event on a bad offer. So we did an event, we did a paid presentation, we did $1 million in revenue, not cash collected, I'll be honest. We did $1 million in revenue, and it was a bad offer, okay? I hated that offer. And so the point I'm trying to make here is when you figure out something that works, be smart enough to do it again. Arvid Ali, he is a mentor to NBA players, singers, people that get rich, Arvid Ali. And he said, somebody asked him in an interview, they said, when you see somebody make millions of dollars and then they lose it all, like, what's the biggest mistake they made? He's like, oh, that's simple. They figure out a way to make money and then they do something else. They figure out a way to make money and then they do something else. And I will be the first to admit to you that I am guilty of that. Maybe you're guilty of that too. You figure out something that works and then for some stupid reason, you do something else, okay? And I finally become smart enough to do the thing I'm the best at. So this is just personal life advice I'm giving you right now. So grab your workbook and here's how I want you to design your life, because I want you to design your presentation around your life, okay? So my dream life, here's the workbook. Thinking exercise. Write down and describe your dream life in detail. Write down and describe your dream life in detail. Now, I'll tell you what mine is. My dream life is to work as little as possible, make as much impact as possible, help as many people as possible, and make as much money as possible. The outcome is freedom. And my favorite definition of freedom is by Tony Robbins, who says freedom is doing what you want, when you want, how you want, with whoever you want. The reason I love paid presentations so much is because it allows me to have that freedom. If I want money, I do a paid presentation. If I don't want to have a sales team, I do a paid presentation. If I don't want to grind and travel and have to speak at events, I do a paid presentation. Okay? It allows me to work as little as possible, make as much money as possible, but help as many people as possible. I love paid presentations because they give me that freedom. I want you to have that freedom as well. And you can. You can have that freedom, or you can deny yourself that freedom and go back to whatever you were doing before. And look, let's be honest, guys. And look, I'm not calling you this. I want to be clear. But how many of you, let me know in the chat, how many of you have been doing the same thing for some time? Trying the same thing for some time. How many of you have been doing that? Comment me if you've been trying. Okay, I see a lot, right? That's why, yes, that's why I'm here. And I thank you for putting your time, trust and time in me. Thank you. So, do you know what the definition of insanity is? It's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Now, I'm not calling you insane. I'm telling you that you are simply unaware, just like I was. I was simply unaware that success could be this simple, all right? Now, I'm gonna give you a moment. I'm gonna tell you one more quick example of what I mean by success is simple, and then we're gonna do an exercise, okay? And then we're gonna move on to the next session, which I think you're gonna love this one, all right? So, have you guys ever been to an escape room? You know what an escape room is? Y'all ever been there? You know, they lock you in a room and the object is to escape, yes? Lots of fun, right? So, how long does it normally take you to escape an escape room? Can you guys let me know in the chat? 55 minutes, 45 minutes to 60 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour. Okay, would you like to learn a principle that I believe has made me millions, but I used it to escape an escape room in 5 minutes. It's an interesting story. So my wife, still to this day, is pissed at me for this. But me, my wife, my sister, and my mother, we go to an escape room, right? And when I get there, I'm looking around, and I noticed that the escape room was owned by, for lack of a better word, hippies. I don't know what else to call them. There was just lots of flower stuff and like peace signs everywhere, which is cool. You can be a hippie, I don't care. But I just noticed that it was very hippie-ish decor. And I just thought, oh, that's interesting, right? Because I saw the peace, love, and finger ease signs everywhere. And so we get in the escape room and they start, because what happens is in an escape room, you go to the first clue, you have to solve that clue, which tells you where the next clue is. And then you solve that clue, which tells you where the next clue is. And then you solve that clue. And the way they had it set up in this escape room was there's like a lock on the door. And the lock on the door, there was like a 4-letter combination. So there was a 4-letter word that when you put the right word in, it would unlock the door. That's how they had it set up. Okay. And so I'm looking around and my family's doing all this and I'm looking and I'm thinking and I'm like, hold on. I'm an entrepreneur. My goal my whole life has been freedom. And it's been able to get freedom as fast as possible with as little effort as possible. That's my whole thing. Again, I love Hormozy. I'm not that vibe, right? I don't want to work my whole life, okay? So I go over to the lock and I look at the lock and I'm like, I'm thinking if I can, basically in my head, I'm thinking I got to guess a 4-letter word to escape this room. I'm not going to do all this crap they're doing. Why am I going to do that? I just got to guess a 4-letter word. And I thought about it and I was like, hippies own this place. What's a 4-letter word that hippies would love? Can you guys guess it? Can you guys guess it? What's a 4-letter word that hippies love? Because that's the thought in my head. Weed, no. Yesim got it. Love. So I grab the lock and I go, L-O-V-E. And the lock opens. And I open the door and I'm standing there with the door open and my wife and my mother look over at me and they're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, escaping this escape room. And they're like, but we didn't do all the clues. I'm like, I guess the lock is love. Hippies on this place. What do you want? And they were so pissed off at me. They were so angry at me. They're like, that's not the point. The point is to have fun. I'm like, okay, well, I misunderstood. I thought the point was to escape. Okay? I thought the point was to escape. So I escaped. So Bill Gates said, I choose a lazy person to do a hard job because a lazy person will find an easy way to do it. Dan Henry says, becoming a millionaire is not hard unless you make it hard. You can make it hard, or you can just do it the way that other people are doing it that's easy. That's what I think. So, yeah, I'm going to my friend's wedding, if you know what I mean. So that's the point, is so I was reading the comment. I thought the point of the escape room was to escape. Yeah. I could have stayed 10 minutes long. Sorry, I'm not wired that way. I think like an entrepreneur. I want my freedom, I want it now. Okay, so take your notes. We're gonna do a thinking exercise, okay? Sorry, we're gonna do an exercise. So in your notebook, you're gonna notice some things. Write down and describe your life in detail, all right? So write that down. Have you guys all written it down by now as I'm telling that story? Write down and describe your dream life in detail. Did you guys write it down? Yes? Okay. Now, the next question is, does this dream life require more money? Yes or no? So if you haven't written it down, think of it in your head, what your dream life look like. Let me know in the chat, does this dream life require more money? Let's be real here, okay? Yes, of course it does. All right? Come on. Of course it requires more money. And if it doesn't, then why are you here? Now, next, list what you believe you need to make more money than ever before. Forget everything I've said on this presentation. Think about what you thought before you got here, right? List on this line List on this line what you think you need to make more money than ever before. So here's your dream life. You check, yes, it requires more money. Tell me the things you think you need to make more money than ever before. Now here's the crux of it all. Compare the two. How many of these things on point 3? Let me see. You see it? All right. How many of these things on point 3 are in conflict with your dream life? Think about that. So I used to think that I needed a huge sales team to have my dream life. And I did. I built a sales team of like not huge, but 5 or 6 closers. And we made hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. And I hated my life. I was managing sales reps. I was dealing with BS, blah, 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 blah. Okay? And I'm not gonna lie to you. I made a lot of money. I hated it. I hated it. It sucked. I'm just gonna be honest with you. That was not, and my wife, dude, I got divorced. My wife is like, you're so stressed and so busy. I got divorced. I have a little bit of a love-hate relationship with my business because when I chose to do it the wrong way and not go to my friend's wedding, if you will, it cost me my marriage, right? So I personally, I know it sounds a little bit like, oh, he wants to make money easy with as little effort as possible, but when you've literally had it cost you your marriage, and then you figure out a way to fix it, and then you actually get remarried to the same woman, I was able to remarry my wife. I'm sorry. I don't mind figuring out the easiest way to make money. I'm just gonna tell you that, all right? And I'm not gonna feel bad about it. So why is this important? It's because whatever you want your dream life to be, if it requires more money, and you list out things that you think you need to make that money, and those things are in conflict with your dream life, well, you now have a problem. It's not, look, I don't think $1 is $1, all right? Let me just tell you that. I don't think $1 equals $1. You guys think $1 equals $1? Do you think $1 equals $1? I don't think $1 equals $1. I'll tell you why. $1, okay? $1. Are these two equal? Yes or no? Just follow with me. Are these two equal? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Okay. Currently, they're equal. Now, what happens if you have to walk 1 mile to pick up this $1, but this $1 is 10 feet away? You can walk 10 feet and pick it up. Now are these dollars equal? No. No, they're not. You see, when I was mediocre, Dan, I had very simplistic thinking. I was like, oh, $1 is $1. I become a millionaire. If I become a millionaire, life will be great. When I became a millionaire and I had millionaire thinking, I realized that $1 is not $1, dude. It ain't. Because if I have to walk 1 mile to pick up this $1, but 10 feet to pick up this, I want this $1. I don't want this $1. And so that's when I learned I needed to create more. I needed to create a selling system for myself that not only made me money, but was in alignment with my dream life. And my dream life was not to manage the sales team. God, I hate sales teams. You have no idea how much I hate sales teams. Because I don't like to lose. So I still won with a sales team and I hated it. I had to walk 1 mile to get my $1. And I don't want to walk 1 mile. I want to walk 10 feet. I want to go to my friend's wedding. Sorry, sue me. I just want to go, okay? A good friend, not like an acquaintance, but you get my point, all right? All right, so. Are you guys digging this? We're going to get into some juicy stuff now. Yes, okay. All right. So, horrifying yet common selling mistakes that you won't ever make again. So, the first one. In your workbook, I want you to fill in the blanks. Mistake number 1, you don't have blank. So, I want you to, some of you have seen me do this before. You will have a circle on your workbook, all right? Now, you can draw a circle on any piece of paper, and you can do this with virtually any aspect of life. But let's do it. Let's do an exercise here. So actually, I needed a volunteer. Who wants to volunteer from VIP? Who's currently marketing? Who's actively marketing their business? Let's do. Janine. I don't think Janine's been on yet.
I have not.
Okay, Janine.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. Really quick. What do you sell?
I'm a freelancer, so kind of a mixed bag of everything, but copywriting seems to be the most popular.
Okay, cool. How do you currently are you doing various things to market?
Upwork, applying to jobs, and then getting interviewed basically is what I'm doing right now.
Okay. And have you tried Facebook ads? Have you tried like give me an
Not yet. Not
Okay.
yet. I'm working on a plan right now.
Got it. Okay. So let's go with Facebook ads for a moment, right?
Okay.
Let's just say that we write Facebook ads in the circle. How much of the circle does Facebook ads currently occupy? And what I mean by that is there's nothing else in the circle. There's just Facebook ads. So what
100%.
percentage? 100%, right?
Yep.
100%. Okay. Now, let's say you want to start a podcast, or just give me anything, any way to market. Give me
YouTube channel.
YouTube channel. Okay, so YouTube channel. YouTube channel. All right. So, have you ever heard this concept of being omnipresent?
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. I hate it when somebody says I want to be omnipresent. I want to pour acid on my face. I hate that. I hate it because 99% of people have no business being omnipresent. You just don't. Okay. I'm not even omnipresent. Here's why. We now have to draw a line through this circle. So, how much of the circle does Facebook ads currently take up now?
50%,
50%, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, how much does YouTube take up?
50%.
50%. So, how good a result do you think you're going to get to YouTube giving 50% effort?
Half as good.
What is it?
It'll be half as good. And not,
Half as
yeah,
good.
it's not.
What about
yeah.
Facebook ads?
Same, half as good.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a company or anybody using Facebook ads to build $1 million business?
You?
well, yeah, me, but I mean, there's been plenty, right?
Yeah.
There's been plenty of people who have, Mind Valley does like 300 million a year with ads. Okay. Have you ever heard of anybody becoming a millionaire from their YouTube channel?
Yep.
Okay. So you can become a millionaire from these two things. So why are we half-assing them? Right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wait a minute. We need a podcast. Gotta have a podcast. Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. We've got to do Instagram. Got to have Instagram, right? So now, what do we got? Now how much effort are we giving Facebook ads?
25%.
25%. So now we're quarter-assing it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, as you add, wait a minute, gotta have LinkedIn. Oh, you gotta be omnipresent. Gotta be omnipresent. Or what's another one? What's another way to market?
Blue Sky, Mastodon.
I don't even know what that is. Blue Sky?
The new X, yeah.
Oh, is that a joke?
No, it's the new Twitter. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine. Oh,
Yep.
Okay, so whatever. So as we add things, your circle of focus starts to look like a pizza, and you start giving 5% effort. Okay. Now, look, if you're a big company with a big marketing team, you want to be omnipresent, fine. But if you're just a normal person like me, here's what I do. I get rid of all this crap. Guys, for those of you that have been following me for a while, when I first started, the first 3 years of my career, do you remember me having an Instagram? Did I have an Instagram? I didn't have an Instagram for 3 years. and I made millions of dollars. I did not have an Instagram. You know why I created an Instagram? Because one day I decided to run Instagram ads, and I wanted to have an actual Instagram page rather than the little fake page they make you when you run ads, okay? So I literally just focused on Facebook ads. That was it. Until I got so good at them because I had how much percent focus?
100%.
100%. That I was able to take this thing that I've mastered, move it out of the circle where it now takes up like 1% effort. And now that cleared space for the circle for me then to do, say, Instagram, right? Or whatever. Now, I had a client who, a private client, who was struggling with his ads to his paid presentation. He was struggling with his ads and he couldn't sell tickets. And I was like, bro, what's your deal? Like, I've told you what to do. Like, I promise you it'll work. And he's like, no, I'm so busy. I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And I'm like, let me just look. And I look at the ad account and I'm like, bro, you're not doing anything I told you to do. It's all wacky. He's like, I'm just so busy. I'm like, give me 10 minutes. So I go in his ad account for 10 minutes over a cup of coffee, quickly set up some ads and start selling tickets. And 3 days later, he was selling a bunch of tickets. He's like, how did you do that? How did you do that? You did that in 10 minutes. I spent like 3 days building all these campaigns out. I'm like, bro, it's because for 3 years, the only thing in my circle of focus was Facebook ads. So I can just do it like that. Mastery is when you can do something without any effort. That's what mastery is. It's when you do something and you get an amazing result with very little effort. That's mastery. You guys, you've seen me pitch on YouTube, right? You've seen me like work with people and pitch on YouTube. The reason I'm that good at that is because every week for 5 years straight, I got on a call with my mastermind members and they would give me a pitch and I would just repitch it to them and work with them. And then years later, I said to Carla, I was like, you got any ideas for YouTube content I could do? She's like, why don't you just do what you used to do on the mastermind? I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, you just used to listen to people's crappy pitch and just say it better. And they loved it. They thought it was funny. You would roast them. And I was like, So I started doing that and we got a ton of clients from that, okay? So the point is that when you fully immerse yourself in one thing, you master it so much that it requires like none of your time. And then I moved on to Instagram. We generate tons of leads from it. I can generate hundreds. I got one post, 13,000 leads from one post, 13,000 leads, okay? Then I went to YouTube. Now I'm trying to master YouTube, okay? Everything else requires like 1% effort. When I first, when I first met Myron, like 6 months after I met him, he's like, hey bro, he's like, how do you run Facebook ads? Like he wasn't doing Facebook ads. And I sat down with him for 30 minutes and I was like, look, here's how you run Facebook ads to get people to your challenge. And he filled the challenge with it. So I literally set up a campaign for him for 30 minutes. It only took me 30 minutes. And it's funny because he said to me, he's like, dude, you're a master of this. I said, well, yeah, because it's the only thing I focused on. And so we took that training, I think I did another training. And for his members in his program, he calls it How to Fill Your Events Dan Henry Style, right? And so that's a training that's been in there for several years now. And the point is, it's because I only focused on that. I promise you guys, if you focus on one thing at a time and you master it, you can move this thing outside of your circle of focus. It will take 1% effort. And now you can be omnipresent. You can do multiple things at a time because these things you're doing are so effortless because you've mastered them one at a time. But if they're all in the freaking circle, and you're not gonna master nothing at 5% effort. You're just not. And so here's the point. Fill this in. Mistake number one, you don't have one central pitch. The first thing I mastered was the pitch, whether that be webinar, what to say. That's the first thing I mastered. And I started by getting leads from just helping people in Facebook groups. I got a friend, he's a lawyer. He literally just goes in Facebook groups and he answers questions that people have legal questions, and he ends up getting clients. I have another a friend years ago who was an immigration lawyer, and she would go on YouTube and people would comment questions about visas, and she would just answer their questions. And then they would like get a hold of her and she would get immigration clients, because when you're an immigration lawyer, you can do stuff nationally. You don't have to do it by state. Anyway, so here's what I want you to do with this. Currently, I want you to write all the things you're working on to grow your business and draw your lines and ask yourself, be honest with yourself, okay? All right, we got to fly through these sessions. I just looked at the time. Holy crap. Okay, we got to fly. All right, mistake number two. People don't make themselves more valuable. They don't make themselves more valuable. Guys, don't watch Netflix. Don't watch something that doesn't make you more valuable. Learn something that makes you more valuable. That's a big one. They don't, like, think of the biggest point of friction you have in your business and learn that thing. And then move to the second one, and then move to the second one, okay? We're gonna go overtime, okay? We're definitely gonna go overtime. It's okay, I'm ready, okay? People don't sell the path. You're selling your product, sell the path. Show them a path to success, and then, look, what was his name? Hold on, I'll tell you the name. Casey Zeman of Easy Webinar, in an interview was asked, what do you see as the most, like, what are the most profitable webinars of all time? He says it's simple. It's always a webinar that shows you a path to success and that does it for you or with you. Does it for you. Show them a path to success. So they don't sell the path. Sorry, I missed one. Yes, you teach instead of shift. You teach instead of shift. Guys, you can teach. I like to teach, but you have to shift. So I'm teaching you some things today, right? But I'm also shifting how you think. Like, what did I start with? I started with that lemonade analogy. That I didn't teach you anything there. I shifted how you thought about marketing. You see? You need to shift. You need to shift how people think. Shift how people think. When you think of your favorite teacher, do you think of somebody that taught you something, or do you think of somebody who made you think about the world differently? That's what you got to think. You got to teach and don't teach, shift. Okay. Another one. They focus on the cost of buying rather than the cost of not buying. You sell marriage coaching, don't focus on how much your marriage coaching costs. Focus on how much it costs if they don't keep their marriage, which is like half their stuff, their car, not seeing their kids. That's what you focus on. Also, another one, trying to make an offer perfect before, sorry, yes, that's right. Next one, trying to make an offer perfect before launching. Guys, the Wright brothers, their initial plane only flew 120 feet. Did you know Samuel Langley spent $50,000 of government money trying to create the perfect flying machine and never got off the ground? The Wright brothers tried it and it flew 120 feet and crashed. Don't do that. Also, you try to build trust through credibility rather than understanding. Look, in 1990, IKEA attempted to enter the Japanese market. Despite their massive global success and impressive track record, they failed miserably and had to withdraw by 1986. Why? They ignored Japanese housing conditions. Japanese homes were much smaller, and IKEA's furniture was too large. In 2006, they returned with a different approach. They spent months studying Japanese homes, living habits, storage needs. They redesigned their products specifically for Japanese customers. Today, IKEA Japan is one of the most successful markets. Their credentials didn't matter, their understanding did. I promise if you're a nobody, but you understand your customers better, you'll be fine. You will be fine, okay? Okay. Did you guys all fill those in? Did you guys all fill those in? Number 7. Number 7 is, people try to build trust through credibility rather than understanding. Number 2 is people don't make themselves more, here, let me read them real quick. Number 1, you don't have one central pitch. Number 2, people don't make themselves more valuable. Number 3, people teach instead of shift. Number 4, people don't sell the path. Number 5, people focus on the cost of buying rather than the cost of not buying. Mistake 6, you try to make your offer perfect before launching. And mistake 7, you try to build trust through credibility and accolades rather than understanding. Okay? Yes, it was Pete Vargas. Thank you. It was Pete Vargas. Yes. God, hope Pete doesn't watch this. I'll feel like it. Okay. Okay. Give the guy 50 grand and can't remember his name. Shoot. Okay, so we got to move. I'm late on time, so we will go over, guys. I apologize, but okay, the 30,000 foot view. All right. So I want you to draw this with me in your workbook. It's very simple. All you have to do is, and you could, guys, you can work on this later. Draw it now. Work on it later, in between day 1 and day 2. So in the center, draw your paid presentation and think of a nuts and bolts problem. And by the way, a good paid presentation is when they accomplish something at the end, right? They build their pitch, they raise their prices, they argue less with their spouse. They, for instance, a great example would be something like, you could do a set up your QuickBooks workshop. Come to this workshop, we'll set up QuickBooks. And then at the end, you sell them accounting and bookkeeping services. Like nuts and bolts problem, okay? So think of the paid presentation and just come up with a title for it. Don't worry if it's not perfect, don't worry about it. Come up with a title for it based on a nuts and bolts problem. Then what I want you to do is I want you to think of whatever the offer is that you would sell on the end. You know, guys, look, you don't have to sell a freaking $50,000 offer. You can sell a $5,000, $10,000, whatever. Like, don't get all crazy. Like, if you sell, look, I can show you how to sell really expensive offers, but there are people that make tons of money with paid presentations with $1,000 offers. I just think they're leaving a lot of money on the table, personally, because I just know they can charge more. Okay, so then think of an ad, because look, you can definitely grow organically. You can definitely do, I'm going to show you on day 3 all kinds of ways to get people in the room. Okay, but just think of an ad, right? So write down an ad. An ad is going to be something like, do you have this problem? Let me help you fix it in 3 days, 5 days, 2 days, whatever. Come up with the title and come up with the offer that would be the next logical step for that. That's all I want you to do. That's all I want you to do. So write this here, and then later on, you go ahead and you fill that in and you think about it, okay? So next session, we're gonna do how to find dream clients who aren't a pain in the ass. Oh. So, how many of you have ever had a client who wanted overnight success but wouldn't follow your process? Say me in the chat if you've had that happen. Yep, me? Okay. I know. What if I told you there's a scientifically proven way to repel these nightmare clients before they ever reach you? Would you guys like to learn it? All right. So in 1983, social scientist Walter Mischel published the results of the famous marshmallow test at Stanford University. He gave children a choice. Eat 1 marshmallow now or wait 15 minutes and get 2 marshmallows. Years later, they discovered something fascinating. The children who waited went on to have higher SAT scores, better careers, and more successful relationships. The ability to delay gratification predicted success in almost every area of life. Isn't that wild? Okay? Now, what is one of the number one qualities you look for in a good client? Let me know in the chat. What is the number one, what is a good quality you look for in a client? Coachability, yep, listening, the right mindset, trust, respect. So I have something that I look for. Charlene got it. You know what I look for? It's the thing that encompasses all that, patience. I look for patience. Not patience to get the result, but patience to follow the process so that you get the result. That's what I look for. Okay, so let me give you a quick example. How many of you drink instant coffee every day? How many of you drink instant coffee every day? Anybody? No, of course you wouldn't. Admit, come on, bro. Don't be drinking no instant coffee. Come on, yuck, gross. No. Come on, we gotta upgrade you. Now, how many of you are pour over people? I don't do it every day, but a lot of times I will take the extra 5 to 7 minutes to do an actual pour over cup of coffee. Have any of you ever had a pour over cup of coffee? Anybody? Guys, it's worth the 7 minutes. Oh my God, it's so much better. See, it's amazing, okay? French press, okay, it's delicious. Would you guys rather do a single pour or instant coffee? Let me know in the chat, single pour or instant coffee. See, instant coffee people want their caffeine fix now. Pour over cup coffee people understand that an extra 4 minutes creates an entirely different experience. In my, single pour. In my experience, your ideal clients are pour over people. That's who they are because they have the patience to follow your process. So, how do we do that? So, here are the key principles. Fill in the blanks. The ideal clients that are easy to work with are patient. They're patient. Number 2, these clients aren't willing to wait longer for results. They're willing to do it right. So you can actually deliver the results. Number 3, the most patient people have the patience. Now, let me ask you a question before I let you fill this in, guys. Who's more patient? People that will read a book or people who just want to watch a movie and be in and out in 2 hours? Who's more patient? The book. Exactly. The book people. The book people are more patient. They're more patient. So here's the funny thing I've learned, that the same, so there's 2 ways that I call it the great filter. There's 2 ways that I've learned to get the best clients. Number 1 is selling a book. When people read books and then they buy from me, I get the best clients. The second way is attending events like this. Think about this. It requires patience to read a book. It also requires patience to sit down and listen for several hours. Can we agree on that? Can we agree that it requires patience to read a book, and it also requires patience to sit down and listen for multiple hours over multiple days and take notes? Okay? So think about it this way. If the most patient people have the patience to read books and attend events, this is the next line. If you want patient people, you must attract them through channels that require patience. Let that sink in. If you want patient people, you have to attract them through channels that require patience. Reading a book requires patience. Attending an event requires patience. So I have already filtered many of my of bad clients out simply by doing this event. We had great conversations on the VIP. I mean, guys, you're willing to sit. You're my pour over coffee people. I want to work with you because I've put look and look. This is the last line. Fill this in. If you want to attract ideal clients, you have to create a place where ideal clients want to be. You guys all want to be here, right? Are you guys loving this? Are you guys loving this event? Let me know in the chat. Like, think about this. How many of you know somebody who would rather be out partying, brunch, at a bar, drinking beer, whatever? But they're instant coffee people. You're here. This is your idea of fun. You're pour over coffee people. So fill this out, right? Because look, I promise you, one good sales presentation can erase all the horrible financial decisions you've ever made in your entire life. And the reason for that is it's the great filter. The very nature of it attracts the people you want to work with because they have patience. Does this make sense? Been here 4.5 hours, still engaged. Boom. Kron, I promise you, if I worked with you, you have been here 4.5 hours and you're still engaged. Do you think I'm gonna have a problem working with you if we were to work together? I don't think so, bro. Okay, I don't think so. Kron, like, we work together just fine. You know how I know that? Because you sat here for 4.5 hours listening and you're engaged. So I know that you're willing to do the process. So guys, it's very simple. Don't overthink this stuff, all right? So you're the patient people I love to work with. So next, I'm not even checking my phone. I'm sure Joe's like, come on, move along, man. Let's go. We gotta go. Best presentation I've been on in very long. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I hope it is. I'm teaching presentations. Okay. The introvert's gift. How to sell even if you hate presenting. I don't even know if I honestly needed this session because I don't know how many introverts we have on here. But does anybody like, I don't want to present. Is anybody like scared to present? No? Yep. It's okay. This is a very, very quick session. I told you some of these sessions will be under 3 minutes, okay? So, look, if there's one thing I know about introverts, it's that beneath their quiet exterior lies a rich inner world, and they deeply value the rare moments of genuine connection with those who truly understand them. And no one understands you better than those seeking your help. You have a gift. I get it, you don't want to sell, you want to help. I get it. And that's the best way to help. Guys, Frank Kern, for those of you that know Frank Kern, legendary internet marketer, you know what he said? He said, if you want to, you know what he said? He said, the best way to show somebody you can help them is by actually helping them. One of the most brilliant quotes I've ever heard. Brilliant quotes I've ever heard, okay? As an introvert, this applies as an introvert, it's okay. You can focus on helping rather than selling. Andy Sickle, dude, maybe he's an extrovert now, I don't know, but he always came off to me as an introvert, okay? And guys, look, this is what that guy Casey from Easy Webinar said. He said that in almost every successful webinar, and especially the most successful webinars, what they would do is show a path to success, a path to success. And then the offer was to do it for them. That's called done for you. So maybe you're an agency, okay? Maybe you're a lawyer, something like that. Done with you. This would be like coaching and consulting, or easier or faster. These are going to be things like software and courses, maybe events. They show a path to success from point A to point B, and then they offer to do it for you, do it with you, or make it easier or faster. That's it. That's all you got to do. I swear to God, I could teach you nothing about copywriting or marketing or anything, and if you just did this, you'll make money. You'll get clients. I'm telling you, it's so simple. Show someone a path to success, and then they'll be like, I want to take that path. I need help. And if you're an introvert, just focus on that, guy. Just focus. Don't focus on selling. You don't have to sell. Just focus on showing them a path to success. And then just offer to do it with them, for them, or make it easier or faster. That's all you got to do. In 1912, Dale Carnegie was a struggling salesman living in a YMCA, terrified of public speaking. His breakthrough came when he realized he didn't need to convince people to buy, he just needed to teach them how to improve their lives. He started teaching public speaking classes, not by selling a course, but by showing people exactly how they could advance their careers through better communication. His simple method of showing the path, rather than pushing the product, turned him into one of the most influential business teachers in history, with his courses still running in 80 countries today. Okay? So, you guys will see this tomorrow, but here's one thing I've learned. When you do a paid presentation, you do not need to have a sales page. You simply need an offer explanation page. Now, guys, I will be making an offer tomorrow. I already told you that. I'm not going to sell it to you. I'm not even going to pitch. That's the great thing about a paid presentation. There's no pitch. There's really no pitch. And when I say pitch, I mean, all right, guys, here's what you get. And this is that. Like, you create what's called an offer explanation page. All the page does is explain how you're going to do, how the paid presentation itself is this. It's the A to B. The offer explanation page simply explains how you're going to do it for them, how you're going to do it with them, or how you're going to make it easier, faster. It just clearly explains how we get from point A to point B. I'm going to show you an offer explanation page tomorrow for our offer. It's simple. There's not a lot of like fluffy copy on it. It's literally like, on this day, we're going to do this. And then this week, we're going to do this. And then my team's going to do this for you. And then this, It's an offer explanation page. It's not a sales page. That's the brilliant part about paid presentations. You don't need to sell or pitch. You just need to explain. Okay? Focus on helping, not selling. All right. Oh, so real quick. In the Josh 40 challenge, is he solving a bolt problem or a whole problem? He had said he covered the whole content to create. Yeah, so real quick, I'm covering a lot more than just pitching on this challenge. But the reason you bought a ticket was for the nut and bolt. Number two, he's actually going to be speaking on day 4. Yeah, so he had an event that he tried to go wide, and I was like, Josh, what are you doing? And he's like, well, this and that, and we changed it, and we came up with a different frame, the Google Doc angle, and the event went just fine. So, and it converted, and he made lots of money. Well, we got a percentage, so I made lots of money too. So I needed it to work. But anyway, you can teach more than the nut or bolt, but the frame has to be the nut or bolt, okay? All right, so I'm not gonna lie to you, this title's a little fluffy for me. I just wanted to make sure I didn't leave anybody out that likes energy. The energy secret, why some presenters magnetically attract success. Believe it or not, this is science. So think about, I don't know if you guys know how magnets work, but in a metal that's unaligned, it has particles that go in all different directions, right? And this is what's called unaligned. It's unaligned. But when you have a magnet, the reason it magnetizes is because all the particles point in the same exact direction. This is a very simplistic example, but this is unaligned and this is aligned. Alignment inside creates attraction outside. This is how magnetism works in nature and in science, okay? And so in your workbook, you don't need it. This is just an analogy. How magnetism works in nature, internal particles are disorganized. They cancel each other out. No attraction happens. You don't have to fill this in. You can if you want. but it's a point. In a line metal, a magnet, all the internal particles are lined up. They work together to create a magnetic force. Attraction happens naturally without extra effort. The reason I give you this analogy is because when you want to attract people to your brand, when you want to build an audience, I'm a true believer that there are certain principles that work universally in nature. Selling, persuasion, plants, magnets, like these are universal principles, right? And so think about it this way, right? Alignment makes, and you can write this, you can fill this in the blank, alignment makes attraction effortless. Just like the magnet, when your ideas and messages are aligned and consistent, you naturally attract people without extra energy. This is not by mistake. This is by design. The best presenters align their particles or message to naturally attract, okay? So think about it this way. This is how you do it. If I'm gonna explain it in any other way, I'll explain it this way. Can we all agree, great bands, they don't write a new hit song every week. They write a few hit songs and then they play those hit songs at a concert. Most of the time, people are angry when they play new songs. And so the point here is that just like a band, you want to find your hit message and repeat it until the world sings along. If you can grasp that one concept, you will become magnetic. Jim Rohn said, if you have something good to say it often and you'll be successful. Dan Henry says, once you say something that makes you money, be smart enough to never change it. Now, here's how I do that. I know that when something clicks with someone, that's when magic happens. That's when magnetism happens. So I'm going to give you guys a little exercise you can do. So as you look out in the world, you will see things. You will see, like, you know how I came up with this analogy for this magnet? My son comes up to me the other day, and this is a new one. This is an untested one, by the way. So I'm kind of doing the opposite of what I'm about to tell you to do. But I thought it was cute, so I decided to use it. My son comes up to me. He's like, Dad, I got to show you something really cool. I'm like, what? And he's like, watch this. And he takes two magnets and he puts them together and they snap together. And he's like, isn't that cool? And I'm like, bro, that's amazing. And then I like started explaining to him why that works, right? Because I remember it in school. I'm like talking about aligned particles and unaligned. And as I was explaining it to them, I thought, wow, that's kind of like branding. That's kind of like marketing. If your message is all over the place and you're going in 1,000 different directions, you're not going to attract the right people. But if you can get your message aligned and all point in one direction, people are attracted to you naturally. Like again, the Hormozy example. Don't go to your friend's wedding. Dude, that is clearly repelling and attracting, right? And so what I do is I look for these analogies. I look for analogies that sell. And as I'm at dinner, as I'm out in the world, as I'm at a coffee shop, if I strike up a conversation with someone, or I go to an event, or I'm on a coaching call, or I'm talking to somebody in a VIP room, whatever, and they ask me a question, I'll think of something I saw and I'll say an analogy. And sometimes they'll be like, huh, what? Okay, great, I don't use that again. But other times they'll be like, oh my gosh, that clicks. Like, you guys like that lemonade analogy? Did you guys like that lemonade analogy? Yes, okay. So here's the thing. I randomly, I don't remember how I came up with that, but I used it one day in a conversation explaining to somebody what copywriting was. Because they couldn't get it. They weren't a marketer. They're like, what's copywriting? And so, and like, oh, wow, I get it. And I was like, huh. So then I ended up doing, and I'm going to do a pitch breakdown for you guys today. I did an event for Russell Brunson where I did a pitch and I nearly doubled his sales. No, I'm sorry, that was the wrong pitch. No, I did the Write Like Dan challenge, which was also for Russell Brunson. That's why I got it confused, for magnetic marketing for Dan Kennedy's company. And I did the Write Like Dan challenge. And I opened, we were selling a $2,000 copywriting book. I opened with that analogy. And so that analogy works for me whenever I say it. Whenever I say it, people are like, oh my God. So I'm smart enough to keep saying it. So that's what I'm saying is once you, dude, I don't care, bro. I don't care. You can use 15 analogies. This one can suck. 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 And this one can suck. But if just one of them is good, just one of them, you can take that, put it over here, and now that's one of maybe 10 or 15 you need, and boom, you got a paid presentation. Yep, exactly. That's how comedians test their jokes. So that's the thing. You want to magnetically attract people, test a bunch of stuff, find the aligned particles, bam. Be smart enough to never change them. You're now a magnet. You're now a magnet. Your brand's a magnet, your marketing's a magnet, everything you do is a magnet. That's how you become magnetic. Okay. All right. Let me check here how many sessions we have left. Because we're about to get into offers. We're gonna go deep on offers. Oh, okay, we're good. I should be able to, no, I'm not gonna go any more than an hour over. That's not bad. Okay, we're good. I don't need to cut anything. We're good. We're good. Okay, sweet. No problem. Oh, by the way, guys, I was gonna have David J. Phillips speak today, but he had an issue with a plane, so he's gonna speak at the end of day 3. So we had actually carved out extra time today anyway, so it works out just fine. Yeah, we're not cutting anything. All right, next. Oh, this is a good one, okay? So, $1 Million Mindset, Unlocking Your Hidden Presentation Power. What if I told you that the most expensive presentation in history wasn't given in a boardroom, but in a gas station parking lot? It wasn't just given once, it was given 1,009 times before it succeeded. Here's an interesting story. I just learned this 2 weeks ago. In 1955, at the age of 65, Colonel Harlan Sanders was broke, 65 years old. His only asset, a secret fried chicken recipe and an unwavering belief in its value. He drove across America, sleeping in his car, cooking chicken in restaurants, and making his pitch. 1,009 times he heard no. But on the 1,010th pitch, it changed everything. Today, KFC is worth billions, proving that his failed presentations. Here's the funny thing, when he sold it, I actually did the math on this. I was gonna map out the math for you, but you'll get the point. I don't wanna waste time doing that. When you take the royalties he made, what he sold it for, and there was like a salary he got for so many years, I added that all up. I counted the amount of times he did a presentation. His failed presentations were worth $44,000 each. He just didn't know it at the time. $44,000. He just got paid at the end when he got the yes. $44,000. So if you think about it, every time he made a pitch, he made 44 grand. He just got paid later when he got the yes. So to give you an example, one time I had a VSL, and it was for a program I had called Digital Millionaire Coaching. And I filmed the VSL, and it was a short pitch. It was a 5-minute, well, it was like 10 minutes, 10-minute VSL, okay? So it was 10-minute VSL. And it went to a call with the sales team. And one of the reasons, dude, Stephanie, I'm gonna keep mentioning Stephanie because Stephanie was my assistant when we hit $1 million in sales, and it was just me and Stephanie. Just me. This woman is amazing. She knows my brand and her and Carla. Carla's been my coach for years. She coaches my clients. years. Carla and Stephanie are amazing, right? She was the main closer on this. And so VSL, right? I recorded the first VSL and I knew the offer was good. I knew it was good, but this VSL just wasn't working. I spent money on that. It didn't work. It like completely flopped. It completely flopped. So then I recorded another one, number 2. And that one, so this one flopped. This one flopped. So I'm on number 2. I'm like, what the freaking heck is going on? So I did number 3. That one flopped. I did number 4. That one flopped. I did number 5. That one flopped. I did number 6. That one flopped. It couldn't get us calls that would, like, it got us calls, but like we were spending too much money on ads. And I'm like, well, it's just no point, right? So the 7th iteration worked. And that little 5-10 minute VSL produced, from VSL to calls to sales, probably about $5 or $6 million bucks. Maybe you could argue for 10 million because most of the people that bought from other methods saw that first. So you could even argue 10 million. Now, I literally filmed the VSL. And by the way, it was an off the cuff VSL. That's probably why it took 7 tries. And I filmed it. It was a whiteboard pitch. Boom. Now, this whole process took maybe a month for me to figure it out. Guys, would you work on something for 6 months if it was going to make you $5 million bucks? The point I'm trying to say here is, look, imagine that you are 100 no's away from having a million or multi-million dollar business. And you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that you were exactly 100 no's away. How excited would you be to get your first no? How fast would you want to get your second no? There are only so many no's between you and $1 million presentation. So even if it doesn't work great the first time, you'll get there. You'll get there. You'll figure it out. Okay? Obviously, the more help you have, the quicker you'll get there, but you'll figure it out. Okay? Your presentation power, it lies in your patience. That's where your presentation power lies in, is your patience. Okay. The 3 universal laws of expert sales behind every $1 million presentation. All right? So, all right, here's what it is, okay? Very simple, guys. It's a 3-part process. First thing you do is you fill the room with the right people, right? I'm gonna use my Facebook Pixel example. If I want people as clients who run Facebook ads, and I sell them a product on how to install their Facebook Pixel, who needs to install a Facebook Pixel that doesn't run Facebook ads? I'm gonna Sam Evans. Who needs to do that? Okay, if you're trying to install the Facebook Pixel, you're trying to run ads, okay? Not hard to grasp, right? So filling the room with the right people really comes down to solving the problem that the right people have. So using strategies like paid ads, podcast interviews, social media content, email, blah, 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 all that, you attract the right people in the room. You get them in the room. Then you say the right thing. You say the right thing. So now you got your people in the room, webinar, paid presentation, workshop, whatever. You say the right thing. And that is where you craft an epic pitch that shows, fill in the blanks. Ready, guys? This is the crux of it. Fill in the blanks. Craft an epic pitch that shows your customer a path to success. Write that down, a path to success. Success equals solving their problem. Thus, achieving their goal. So I'm going to read that one more time that you can fill in the blanks. Craft an epic pitch that shows your customer a path to success, and success equals solving their problem, thus achieving their goal. If you do that, and it's entertaining, personalized, irrefutable, and clear, and the right people are in the room, and then you make the right offer. And what's the right offer? The right offer is to do it with them. Done, whoops, done for you. Hold on. So what's the right offer? What? Oh, I gotta have the right offer. Done for you, done with you, easier, faster. So let me review this. If you fill the room with the right people that have the problems that your ideal clients would have, you show them a path, you say the right thing, which means you show them a path to success. Success meaning solving their problem, thus achieving their goal. You make it entertaining, personalized, irrefutable, and clear. And then you make an offer to take that path from point A to point B. And that offer is either you do it for them, done for you service, with them, coaching, consulting, or make it easier, faster, software or courses, right? Or anything that does it for them, with them, easier or faster. That is the right offer. Guys, it is that simple. You fill the room with the right people, you say the right thing, you make the right offer. I have never seen anyone be able to fill the room with the right people, say the right thing, and make the right offer and did not become a millionaire. I have not seen it happen. Okay? If you've seen it happen, you let me know. I've not seen that happen. Now, I've seen people fill the room with the wrong people. I've seen people say the wrong thing, and I've seen people make the wrong offer, and they are not millionaires. Okay? So, before I move on, does this make sense? I'm trying to, by the way, guys, I'm really trying to take advanced marketing and make it simple. That's the whole point. Does this make sense? Yes? Okay, cool. All right. So, all right, now we get to it. So, how to package your expertise into a premium offer in 1 hour. For those of you who are a bit foggy on your offer, you are going to love this. All right, so here's the question I have for you. If you had a heart condition, would you go to a general doctor or would you go to a specialist? And what kind of doctor would that be? Mike's good, by the way, Joe? Angela says cardiologist. You go to a cardiologist, which is a specialist. Okay? Who charges more, the cardiologist or the general doctor? Who charges more? The cardiologist. So, guys, you might not know this, but I was actually born, I was born with this problem in my heart called WPW, Wolff-Parkinson's-White syndrome. And I started having these horrible, like, arrhythmias and issues. And I go to the doctor, and they couldn't figure it out, so they sent me to a specialist, right? So I go to this cardiologist, regular cardiologist, and he's like, well, you know, he's like, you'll be fine. You just don't do this, don't drink too much coffee. And I was like, well, what percentage do I have of like my heart stopping? He's like, maybe like 1% yearly. I was like, 1% yearly? So at any given time, I have a 1% chance of my heart failing? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, that's too high, bro. That means if I have a party with 100 people and 1% die during the party, would you want to go to that party? Hey, come to this party. There's 100 tickets, and I'm going to murder one of you before you leave. Come to the party. You ain't going to that party. That's not a good party. That's not a good party. Okay? I ain't going to that party. I don't care if you murder half a person. I'm not going. So I said no. So what did I do? I went to an electrophysiologist. You think a cardiologist is a big copay? Go to an electrophysiologist. I paid more because I was like, I need the electro, because it was an electrical issue. So that guy looks at my heart and he's like, oh, yeah, I can go in and zap it with an ablation, in and out in 5 minutes. Well, not 5, it was like 50 minutes. I'm like, really? And I said the whole thing about the other. He's like, bro, he's like, you don't have to live with this. You don't have to live with the stress of this. I'll just fix it. Just boom. It cost me, thank God, oh my God, thank God I had a business. Thank God, because dude, I had no insurance because back then we had that Obama thing, which I think we still have, but I don't care because I live in Dubai now. And I like missed the date or the enrollment. So I had like all this money, but I couldn't enroll in insurance, which by the way, not to get political, but what a dumb freaking system. You can only enroll in insurance for 2 months out of the year. What kind of, anyway, don't get me started, right? So I had money, but I didn't have insurance because I think at that point I got money outside of the due date. So I could afford insurance, but I didn't have it. The procedure was like 30 grand. So I paid 30 grand cash for that procedure to save my life. Now think about it. What happens if I didn't have insurance and I didn't have money? Maybe I wouldn't die, but I'd be walking around every day not knowing if that day I was gonna be one of the 100 people at the party that got murdered. And I'd be at that party every day. I don't like that, okay? Stress, which would probably give me cancer or some other stuff. So I paid $30,000 for peace of mind. And the only reason I had $30,000 to pay was because I had a business that made money. Or what does Jordan Belfort call them? Call them fun coupons? Somebody else called them, I'm not gonna take credit, somebody else called them freedom tokens. I like that, freedom tokens. Oh, here's a freedom token, okay? I like that a lot better. Exactly, 30 grand for peace of mind about your life expectancy is cheap. I agree, but not if I didn't have any money. Okay, so, workbook, guys, workbook. All right, so the key, so follow along. Now listen, I was gonna give you guys time to fill this out, and then I was gonna go through it, but we're running low on time, so I'm just gonna do it with you fast, right? So, fill in the blank, key principle. Be a specialist, not a generalist. Do not be a generalist, okay? Jonathan, you don't help service providers get more clients. That's a generalist, all right? You want to help, you have to frame it in a way that makes you either a specialist or sound like a specialist. Specialists can charge more and market more easily. So let's go through these examples real quick. I gotta go fast, guys. I'm so sorry. Coaching example, circle the correct answer. Health, I help people lose weight. Generalist or specialist? Which one? General, correct. I help executives lose weight while traveling, even if they don't have access to a gym. Generalist or specialist? Specialist. I help new mothers lose postpartum weight safely and effectively. Generalist or specialist? Specialist, okay? I help people enhance their overall fitness levels. Generalist. I help athletes improve their endurance. That's kind of a specialist. It's a specialist. Because it's athletes. I would give that 80% specialist. I help individuals with diabetes manage their weight through nutrition plans. Specialist. Look at wealth. I help businesses grow and level up. Generalist. I help coaches sell coaching to coaches that sell coaching. I want you all to grab your pen. It says generalist, specialist, and then it says bullshit. Please, if you have any self-respect, you will circle bullshit, okay? Please, just take your hand and circle it, just for me. If none of you buy anything off this challenge, I will feel peace of mind if you all just circle this word right here, okay? Please, here, you see the word? I help coaches sell coaching to coaches that sell coaches. The little word that says bullshit. Please circle that. All right? That will be fine. None of you can buy anything, and I will leave happy if you all circle this. Thank you. All right. I help I help online retailers increase their conversion rates through A/B testing, generalist or specialist. Specialist, right? This is a long list, so I'll just pick a few. Relationships, I help people find their power. I should have put bullshit there. I help people find love, generalist. I help couples overcome issues related to infidelity and trust. That's a specialist. I've got a client who does that, okay? Move on to marketing agencies. We offer digital marketing services to businesses of all kinds. That's a generalist. But we help eco-friendly skincare brands increase their online sales through Instagram influencer campaigns. Specialists. Move down to design agencies. We offer graphic design services. Generalists. But the next one, we design user interfaces for SaaS companies to enhance user experience. Specialists. Okay? We create logos and branding materials. Generalists. We develop brand identities for sustainable fashion startups, or even just fashion startups. Specialists. Okay, move down to go way down to professional examples. I am a doctor, generalist. I am a pediatrician specializing in neonatal care for premature infants. Specialist. Guys, I pay, what is it? $1,000 I have a men's health doctor. I pay him like $1,000 a month. What do I get for $1,000 a month? So anytime I have an issue, I can text him and he replies to me. Anytime I want to go into the office, I can go in. He can help me. I remember. So I got into a car accident. Sorry, I didn't get into a car accident. My driver got into a car accident and wrecked my car. $100,000 Mercedes just a few days ago, right? And he was supposed to be waiting for me outside of the gym, and he wasn't. He decided to go off, God knows what. And I get a text, and my whole car is like totaled. $100,000 Mercedes, right? Now I've got to deal with this process of dealing with this car and estimate in a country that I'm new in a couple days before my event. Super stressed, right? So my doctor checks in with me. He's like, "How you doing, bro?" And I was like, I explained the situation. He's like, "Listen," he's like, let me send you some Xanax, right? And I was like, "Well, I don't know." He's like, no, you need to chill, right? Because I was honestly kind of freaking out. And he sent it to me, and he's like, "Just take it if you need it," right? Anyway, the point I'm making here is I pay him $1,000 a month to be my on-call personal doctor, basically. And he checks my blood levels, he checks my hormone levels, he checks everything. And so anytime I need something, he just handles it. I'll pay $1,000 a month for that type of service. Because I know if tomorrow I need to go to the doctor, I don't got to wait. I just go. Heck, I can call him and be like, "I have an issue," right? He sent me I hurt my knee. He sent me a peptide. Just send it to me. Boom. Help with my knee. So the point is, he's a specialist because he could be he's not just a men's health doctor. He's a men's health doctor for professionals and executives. And his program is that. It's like on-call doctor or something. So anyway, that you could be a legal professional. I'm a lawyer offering legal services. No, I specialize in intellectual property law for technology startups. Guys, if you're a bookkeeper, for the love of God, just choose one client. Literally, if you were a bookkeeper or an accountant, you could be an accountant just for e-commerce brands. And now you literally are doing the same type of accounting all the time. So your internal delivery and process becomes way easier to fulfill because you're not doing a restaurant and then an e-commerce store and then a salon. All of your clients are e-commerce stores. So when you hire employees and you train them and you create SOPs, standard operating procedures, All of them are the same because it's all for the same type of business. When you market, you're now the #1 specialist for e-commerce. So the marketing becomes so much simpler because you can speak to one client. Everything flows. Be a specialist. You guys get the idea, all right? I don't want to spend 20 minutes on this. So, wow, this is like 15 pages of this here. But just go through this workbook and design and choose some of these. Just checking them off will get your brain juices flowing, and then you think about your offer. Okay, so here's the big one. Here's what you want to do. Your turn. Guys, go. We should have put numbers on this. Sorry, it'll be better next time I do it. Sorry. Your turn. What is your path to success, and how can you help them take the path? So go to this section right here, which is, we'll figure out the tech. Just everybody go scroll down past the examples to your turn. It's in blue, your turn. I never stress out about what to say or delivering or presenting. I always stress out about this tech crap. If this stuff is gonna work, whatever, my mic's gonna crack. That's what I stress about. So scroll down to your turn. What is your path to success and how can you help them take the path? Here's what I want you to do. I want you to write your path. So all you have to do is think, what is the path, right? So just to give you an example of the path, let's just say for a moment that you want to save on taxes, right? You're an accountant. So where are they starting? A, they pay too much in taxes. B, they don't pay a lot in taxes. What's the path? Creating a trust. I'm being very simplistic. So your whole messaging, presentation, webinar, podcast interview, thing you say in conversation at a freaking dinner, doesn't matter. All pitches are, guys, what I'm teaching you will apply to anything. You can be getting interviewed on a podcast. You can be on stage. You can be in a paid presentation. You can be in a webinar. You can be on an Instagram content. You can do it in a YouTube video. Blah, 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 blah. Any YouTube video that's entertaining, personalized, irrefutable, and clear is generally a good YouTube video. This is universal principles. So you show them a path to success, trust, and now you make the offer to use this path, okay? So write down, what is your path to success and how can you help them take that path? What is the path to success? So Jonathan Nieto, I think I got it right. I believe you said that your path to success was for roofers to be where people are searching, right? And then you started to get into your proprietary method of how to do that. Well, that's what you write here. Here, I would imagine the path to success is be #1 on Google Maps, for instance, right? Be in the top 3 on Google Maps. If you're in the top 3 on Google Maps, then so here's an example of how I might say that. I actually had a client who does SEO, and he had this offer, and I said, why don't you say something like this, like, ask yourself how many reviews you have. And, I have like 10 reviews. Okay, now go to Google and type in roofer or type in whatever. And in your city, look at the top 3 results. How many reviews do they have? Oh, they have hundreds. Okay, so if your competitor has hundreds of reviews and you have 10 reviews, is it safe to say that they have like 10 times more reviews, right? Yes. Okay. Would that mean that also they likely have 10 times more customers? Yes, it would. Got it. And if they're #1 on Google and they have hundreds of Google reviews, is it safe to say that they probably got a lot of those customers from that #1 Google listing? Oh yeah, I guess it does. Okay, so then if all we can really focus on here is, look, just be in the top 3 of Google and your business, that's all you got to do. That's the one thing you got to do. Big idea. What's the one thing you got to do? You got to be in the top 3. If you're in the top 3, your business is going to grow. Everything else can be crap, but if you're in the top 3, your business can grow. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, right? You got to be where people are searching. You got to be, people are searching for you on Google Maps. Roofer. If you're there when they search, your business takes off. We don't have to talk about anything else. I don't need to know jack about roofing. I just need to know you need to be in the top 3. You see how that's simplified? Just be in the top 3. Being in the top 3 will set you free. Top 3, top 3, top 3. That's all top 3. So then when that's your path, be in the top 3 of Google. How do you help them take the path? Now you explain your method of getting them in the top 3. I know that sounds simple, but guys, it's that simple. All right? No, the path to success is, guys, no, look, you guys came on here because you wanted a pitch for your business, right? Look, I'll just tell you. I want you to be clear. You guys came on here because your pitch sucks, or whatever, your message sucks, and you want a good pitch, right? Now, I'm going to show you everything you need to go from crappy pitch, crappy message, to good, to make it clear, to make it entertaining, to make it personalized. We're going to especially get in, that's day 2, right? Today we're covering more offers. Listen, would you say that so far I have, and we still have more to do, I've really helped clear up issues with offers for you guys? Have you guys got a bit more clear on offers? Yes, okay. Well, you need the right offer to have the right pitch, right? So I'm teaching you this, I'm delivering on what I've asked, but or what I've promised, but I didn't really, on the sales page for this event, I didn't really go deep into the fact that the best way to pitch is a paid presentation. I'm doing that on the challenge. So what do you think my offer is going to be tomorrow? Probably going to be to help you build your paid presentation. You should a path to success, then you offer to do it with them before them. Okay? This is fundamental marketing. All right. So take your time, do this later. Okay? I had some more break videos to play, but we got to get through it. So really focus on this. Guys, if you can nail this in your workbook, everything about your business, your marketing, forget paid presentation, it doesn't matter, anything. Sales videos, webinars, YouTube videos, your brand in general, anything. If you get this right, my path is, how can I help them take the path? If you can get this right, bam, that's your whole business. That's your whole thing, all right? So that's what I want you to do. I want you to figure out a path to success and help them take it for them, with them, easier, faster. That's how you package. And look, if you want it to be premium, you just make sure that success has a major impact on their life. That's how you package it. That is the packaging. Path to success, easier, faster, with them or for them. That's the package. That's it. Don't complicate it past that. Trust me. It's not complicated past that. All right. How many of you have what you would consider a complex offer, and the reason it's not selling is because you feel that it's too complex and it's just not simple enough? Anybody? My offer's too complicated. All right, this is simple. All right, you ready for this? Would you like to know how to explain complicated offers like a billionaire? Would you like to know that? So, how many of y'all know who Ray Kroc is? So Ray Kroc used to sell milkshake machines. He sold milkshake machines. I know, weird thing to sell. Sold milkshake machines. Now, you see, you guys said McDonald's. He sold milkshake machines. One day, a restaurant ordered 8 milkshake machines. Not 1, not 2, 8. And he's like, what the heck? What kind of restaurant orders 8 milkshake machines? So he gets on a plane And he flies out to California. That's where the restaurant was. And he sees this restaurant. He sees a line of people out the door. And they were all getting their food like this. And he's like, what the heck is going on here? And it was a restaurant that was created by the McDonald brothers. And so he says to the McDonald brothers, he says, yo, I think this restaurant concept will work all across the United States. We need to get in. Do you want me to help you open one of these in every city? And they're like, okay. So he's like, let's get some investors and let's make this happen. So at first he goes to the investors and he tries to explain this thing. And they're like, this is stupid. That's not gonna work. People wanna sit down and enjoy their food. They don't wanna, what is fast food? What is that? Like, no, they thought it was crap, okay? Until he did the following. Ready? He goes, okay. He goes, listen. He goes, we can serve way more customers way faster through our speedy service. This was his presentation. He's like, it was called the speedy service system, I think. And he's like, listen, imagine this, right? You got, speedy station. At one station, you have one person toasting buns. That's station one. That's all this person does for 8 hours. They toast buns. That's it. They're the best bun toaster in the world. At the next station, you have one person on the grill. And on this station, all they do is grill burgers. On the next station, you have someone just putting toppings on the burger. That's all they do. That's it. On the next station, you have somebody just wrapping burgers. And on the final station, you have someone doing fries. And he like maps it out like this. And then he actually demos it. They would invite investors to get a demo of it, right? But he made it really simple. He could have said, look, we have this system and this and that, and you know, our customer management system, and you know, he could have made it complicated. I can't even, now that I know this pitch, I don't even know a way to make it complicated because it's so simple. But he's like, listen, one person stands there and touches the bun, one person grills, one person does toppings, one person wraps, and one person does fries. And what this means is that in the old restaurant model, you can only serve 25 customers per hour, okay? But in our new model, the speedy station model, we can serve 100 customers per hour because everybody's doing one thing at a time. And he invited them to experience it. Now, he then says, you ready for this? More customers equal more money. Now, if you're an investor, what is the number one thing that you want out of your investment? What is it? What is it? Money. You want a return. You want more money. Okay? At the end of the day, an investor does not give two hoots about a restaurant, about a this or that. They want money. They want to put money in and get more money out. That's all that is all they care about. So let's reverse engineer this pitch. What does the investor want? What is the goal? What's the thing they actually care about? They want more money, right? So if I can get the investor to believe that this is the secret to getting more money, I win. That's the big, so what's the big idea here? The big idea is simple. It's so simple. More customers equal more money. It's not complicated. Okay, well that makes sense. Yeah, okay, if you can serve more customers, you can make more money. Okay, well how do we do that? Well, we do that through this path. What's the path? It's not the old path. The old path with a cook serving one at a time, you can only do 25 per hour. The new path to success is the Speedy Station system. One person at a time on each part of the process. With this new path, you can serve 100 per hour, which means you have more customers, which means you make more money. You know what happened then? They invested. And McDonald's became a multi-billion-dollar freaking business. Fast food. Now, most of you think Ray Kroc became a billionaire from creating McDonald's. The McDonald brothers created McDonald's. Ray Kroc became a billionaire from a sales presentation about McDonald's. All right, you guys get it? Like, think about that for a second. Think about that. Ray Kroc did not become a billionaire from freaking McDonald's. He didn't create McDonald's. McDonald brothers created McDonald's. He became a billionaire from my sales presentation. Just like, I'm sorry to say, Tony Robbins did not become a billionaire because he's in the life coaching business. He became a billionaire because he's in the freaking presentation business. That's why he became a billionaire. Guys, this is how you become a millionaire. I see people overcomplicate this stuff. I'm telling you, look, the day you think like a millionaire, and look, I used to think I was mediocre, Dan. I thought, there's all these different ways to make money. But then I really thought about it. I was like, wait a minute. How do the richest people in the world make money? They do presentations. I thought about it, right? The day you think like a millionaire is the day you realize you are not in the XYZ business. You are in the sales presentation business. That's the fastest path. That's my belief, okay? So here's a simplification exercise you can do in your workbook. From the previous section of the workbook, take your path to success. And so here's the principle. You are not in the whatever you do business. You are in the sales presentation business. Why do I say that? Because explaining your path to success is the freaking sales presentation. So here's your implementation steps. Explain your path to success here. Then explain it again at an 8th grade level. So guys, if you guys want to do something for me, take a paragraph or two, just post it VIP, explain your path to success. Explain your path to success, and please post it in the chat real quick. Somebody do that. I'll do a live demonstration, okay? I'll do a live demonstration. Somebody explain your path to success in the freaking chat. I'm gonna show you guys something cool. First person to do it. Oh, hold on. Oh, the back. Okay. First person to do it, I'll do this demonstration with. No, I need multiple paragraphs here. Type it out. Really explain your path to success. You can't. I help leaders, no, not your RMS, your path to success. Take a moment. Here, let me do this. How many sessions do we have left here? The gap method. Okay, 33. I can do the rest in 30 minutes. Do you guys want 5 minutes to do this exercise? Because I can do the rest within the next. You guys want 5 minutes? This is really cool. Seriously, we should do this. Even if I go an hour and 10 minutes over, it's fine. Okay? So, okay. I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes to do this. This is super important. All right, here we go. All right, y'all hear me? You guys like those little videos? All right, so I'm gonna read some of the stuff the VIPs put in the chat. I'm gonna show you something cool here. So, all right, this one's not bad. This is Aaron Bevins. Okay. So let me show you guys this real quick. You can actually use ChatGPT for this. It's really simple. So y'all see this? So let me read this. We established 4 components that every wholesale real estate business needs to be predictable and profitable, starting with a launch call to set up a money. Okay. So again, guys, you need to explain the path to success, not your offer. Your offer and the path to success. You shouldn't even need an offer to explain a path to success. And don't worry, this is one of the hardest things to get, but when you get it, making a lot of money with your business becomes effortless. Your path to success has nothing to do with your offer, okay? And the gap method, that's why I'm gonna show you the gap method, which is next. But still, let me read this. I'll show you guys what to do. So we established 4 components that every wholesale real estate business needs to be predictable and profitable, starting with a launch call to set up a money goal. Then we determine how many deals we need to hit that goal. Then we need to determine the budget set aside for the business. Then that will let us know what the #1 lead generation tactic is we will use. Then we set up the 2 sales process, the process. #3, fulfillment process. Blah, blah, blah. Once we have these 4 components set up in your business, over 6 figures can be, whew, okay. So watch this. This, if you go to the Hemingway app and you paste this in, this is at a 9th grade reading level. 9th grade reading level. Now, if I go back to ChatGPT and I say, explain this at FK, that's what that means, reading level, FK level 8, which is an 8th grade reading level. Watch this. We focus on 4 key parts every wholesale and real estate business needs to become predictable and profitable. First, we start with a launch call to set a clear money goal. This helps us figure out how many deals you need to reach that goal. Next, we determine your budget for the business, which guides us in choosing the #1 lead generation strategy. After that, we set up the sales process, fulfillment process, and finance system. With these 4 parts in place, reaching 6 figures become predictable and profitable. Now, guys, was that clearer than the original yes or no? It was clearer, right? But watch this. Now at FK level 6. That means 6th grade reading level. We focus on 4 steps to make your wholesale real estate business predictable and profitable. First, we set a clear money goal during a launch call. This tells us how many deals you need to hit that goal. Next, we decide your budget, which helps choose the lead generation method. Then we set up your sales process, fulfillment process, and finance system. With these 4 steps, hitting 6 figures becomes simple and reliable. Now, was that even a little bit more clear? Right? It was, right? Now at FK level 3. We start by setting a clear money goal in a launch call. This shows us how many deals you need to reach that goal. Then we look at your budget and pick the best way to find leads. Then we set up your sales process, how you handle deals, and how you track money. With these steps, your business can grow to 6 figures easily. Now, is that more clear? Okay? Guys, so look, the point I'm trying to make here is if you want to be clear, you've got to be simple. So just keep reducing it until you sound like you have a head injury. And then just go like 1 grade level up. Okay, it's simple. So take your path to success, write it down, type it in, and just keep going down the grade levels until it sounds stupid. And then go down one more because it sounds stupid to you, but not to them. Okay, remember, the most influential people in the world share big ideas with small words. And guys, don't think that you're talking down to people or you're dumbing it down. Guys, do you have any idea in the 1970s, the average CEO would get like 14 memos a week. Now they get like 140. Life is chaotic, bruh. Like, life sucks now compared to how it was before. You just had to milk a goat and you were good. Now it's like iPhones and apps and iPads and this and that and notifications and push notifications and text messages and WhatsApp and Telegram and it's madness. We're not dumb, we're just freaked out. So it's just hard to process information these days. Make it simple, bro. Make it simple, guys. Make it simple. That's it. You want to make it clear, make it simple. So that's a great exercise. All right. By the way, was that helpful? Was that little exercise helpful? Okay. The gap method. By the way, is my mic good? Mic's good? Yes? Mic check. I need to do mic checks more. Yes, okay. The gap method for creating high ticket offers that practically sell themselves. So, here's the deal. Your message, this is where you guys are really gonna bring it in. Your message builds a brand, but creates a gap. The gap is filled by the offer. So again, this is the hardest thing for people to understand. This is the hardest thing. What if I told you that if you do it right, every piece of valuable content you share just isn't building your brand, it's also creating an invisible force that makes your offer irresistible. Your message builds a brand but creates a gap. The gap is filled by the offer. All right, so look, I need to make this really simple. So think of it this way, right? Let's say that there's, whoops, hold on. Let's just say for a moment, I'm still learning this whiteboard. Let's say that there's 2 islands, okay? 2 islands, right? And this is where they are now. And this is where they want to be, okay? Your content is kind of like it's kind of like a lighthouse. Okay, let me fix that. Hold on. Sorry. Nothing I can do about it. That's my lighthouse. My bad. Anyway, so it's like a lighthouse that shows them where to go. But look, there's like maybe here there's dangerous rocks, right? And maybe here there's, I don't know, there's friggin' pirates. That's my little pirate insignia, okay? I'm sorry, I don't.
Hold on. Tell me you're from Florida without telling me you're
Yeah,
from
thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. That's my whatever. Okay. Yeah, you can take the what is it? You can take the Florida out of the.
No, yeah, you can. I said you can take the guy out of Spring Hill, but you can't take the Spring Hill out of the guy.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, so lighthouse. So I did not do that on purpose. I swear to God. There's some OG Dan Henry content for you. Okay, so the point is that look, you got the ship. Here's the boat, right? And the boat has got to get to the freaking other island. It's at this island. It needs to get to this island. But there's rocks and stuff, right? So it sees the lighthouse, right? It sees the lighthouse. Path to success. It sees it. There's the lighthouse. If there was no lighthouse, it couldn't see the island. But the boat still needs to hire a captain that knows the treacherous waters so that it can navigate. Because like, what happens if there was rocks here? Or whatever, Pirates of the Caribbean, Johnny Depp's here waiting for you, okay? They hire the captain to actually execute on the path. It's a very simplistic example, but you show point A to point B how to get there, and then you hire a captain to take you there. Or you hire a captain to give you sailing lessons and teach you the waters. Or you buy a different boat that isn't gonna get, or you buy a big machine gun like in friggin' Captain Ron, that movie, and if the pirates come, now you got the machine gun, right? Easier. All right, pirates. So the point is that you show them the path to success, and your offer is actually taking the path. That is it. I could sit here for an hour explaining this because this is the one thing you need. Okay? So grab your workbook. Now, this is the hardest thing to explain to people, and I've coached a lot of people. And I promise you, if you get this, you're in like Flint. So, McDonald's gap. So here, what's the gap? Hey, I showed you that if you have the speedy station system, you can serve 100 customers per hour instead of 25, which means you make more money. The path to success is having one person at a time make one thing. Okay, so the gap is, well, now I need to figure out this friggin' station system. Or the offer is, I can just franchise McDonald's. Personal trainer. The gap. I need accountability and I want to do it right. Offer. Or I can just hire a personal trainer to get on my ass and show me how to do it right. So fill in the blanks here, okay? Diet example, ketosis. So, hey, do you know if your body's in ketosis, you're gonna burn way more fat? Here's all Russell Brunson did a pitch on this. All this stuff about how if your body's in ketosis, the big idea is if your body's in ketosis, it's easy to lose weight. Easy. That's the path to success. Be in ketosis. So what's the gap? I need to be in ketosis. That's hard and it takes time. What's his offer that he sold? He sold you ketone pills. So what's the gap? The gap is, well, it takes time. I gotta not eat any carbs at all or whatever it is. So that's hard. It's hard to not eat carbs. So how am I gonna get in ketosis? But I know that that's the path. Oh, I can eat these ketone pills. That'll put me in ketosis. I'll be honest, he made a lot of money with that, but it kind of sounds like bullshit to me. But maybe it works. I don't know. Okay? Tax example. Foundations save taxes. You could do, if you were a tax planner, you could literally do a whole seminar, a whole presentation on the map, how to set up from point A to point B, a foundation. You could, so you have this company here, and then that company goes here, and then this foundation here, and then blah, 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 blah. You map it all out, right? Great, that sounds amazing. What's the gap? I need to set it up, and I need to do it correctly in case I get audited. What's the offer? I can just hire a tax attorney. They'll do it for me. Tax example, offshore company. Hey, look, did you know that if you own a company in Dubai, right, and you visit 2 times a year, right, you pay this percent tax, you map it all out. See, this is the path to paying less taxes. Okay, so what's the gap? Well, the gap is that I need to set that offshore company up correctly and in case I get audited. Or the offer is, well, I can just hire an international tax attorney to do it for me. There's companies here, they charge 10 grand to set you up a company in Dubai. There's a guy here, he makes a killing. He has a YouTube channel, and all he does is talk about saving taxes with Dubai. He literally shows you the whole thing on his YouTube videos. He talks about different countries, how to save taxes. There's another guy who does the same thing. He's bigger. Joe, what's that? What's the guy? He's got glasses and he just like literally does YouTube videos and he rambles about international passports and stuff. What's his name? Nomad Capitalist. Thank you, Ivan. Nomad Capitalist, guys. Nomad Capitalist makes YouTube videos showing you a path to success, protecting. What do they calls it? He calls it a. Oh, I know what it is. He calls it. He says go where you're treated best. Go where you're treated best. His whole idea is America treats you like crap. They overcharge you for taxes for your citizenship. You can go to another country. You can get a second citizenship. Give up your U.S. citizenship. Be a citizen of that country, get treated better, and pay less for it. That's his whole thing. Is look, you're an American citizen, which comes with a price tag, taxes. And America is the only country in the world that will tax you on any money you make when you're not. You can move out of America and make money in another country and never return to America. And as long as you have that American passport, they charge you taxes. And his whole thing is that's horrible. That's treating someone, and you know what? I agree. Because look, if I could talk to the guy, here's a pitch I would give him. I would say, listen, imagine you go to a party, and you go to that party and it's an amazing party, right? And then all of a sudden the party turns bad, and bad people show up, and the party is like no good. And now you want to leave the party, you want to go somewhere else. But when you go to the door to leave, they say, you got to pay me a bunch of money. How much ever money you have in your pocket, I want half. Now, is that okay? Do you guys think that's okay? Is that freedom? Is that freedom? Pay me to leave. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's called an exit tax. If you want to leave America, give up your passport, and you want to go somewhere else, and you don't want to use any of the American resources, you have to pay an exit tax. Now, does that sound like freedom to you? Does that sound like treating you good? See, I would give him a pitch like that, right? That's like one, because think about it. His whole concept is go where you're treated best. So the big idea is if you give up your US citizenship, you can go to another country, you can get treated better, and you pay less for it. And in his YouTube channel, he shows you all the different countries where you can get this, blah, blah, blah. He maps you a path to success. And then he sells like a $10,000 or $15,000 offer where they develop you a plan and they help you get passports and whatever, right? Path to success, he offers to do it for you. And then he has an event, so that would be with you. And that's like an event that you go to. It's an expensive event. You learn passports and all this stuff. Anyway, you get the point, right? Okay. Lawyer example, class action lawsuit. So you can literally, I was an affiliate for a company years ago where they had a presentation where they showed you how to get money from the Yaz birth control class action. Have you taken Yaz? Have you experienced any of these things? Did you know you could get a class action settlement? What are they doing? Hey, you got hurt by this pill. There's a class action lawsuit. They're showing you a path to success. What's the gap? Well, I need to file a lawsuit to get what's owed to me. Offer. Well, I can just hire a lawyer. I can hire that lawyer that explained it to me. Estate planning attorney. How to protect yourself against the state. That's the whole idea. The state, if you die and you don't do these things, the state's going to take half your stuff and probate. The state's going to get you, right? How to protect yourself against the state. That's the big idea. Gap, I need to set this up. Offer, I can just hire a lawyer. So I'm giving you like lawyer and tax examples so you can see, again, you show them a path to success and then you make the offer. So show them how to do it. Show them the 30,000 foot view of it and then offer to do it for them or with them, all right? Okay, so next, How to host a profitable presentation even if your offer isn't clear or created yet. So check this out. Yep, hold on. How to host a profitable presentation even if your offer isn't clear or created yet. So, check it out. If you have a path to success, so here's your presentation, right? Here's your paid presentation. So let's just say it's $47, $97, whatever. You run an ad, that goes to there. Or whatever you do. You guys, you can go on 10 podcasts right now, and it's not difficult, okay? Like, you can get people to go. And look, if you go on podcasts and people get in your world from podcasts, their YouTube podcasts, these people convert into ticket buyers. Trust me. Okay, so how to host a profitable, so let's just say that inside of this, you show them a path to success, okay? Now, I want to give you guys an example, a concrete example. So guys, give me something just in the chat here real quick. Tell me what you sell in one line, and I'll just pick something.
Lighthouses.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Okay, so Wholesale Travel Club. That's it. Frank, what's Wholesale Travel Club? That's interesting. Cybersecurity, weight loss. Like Costco for travel? Ooh, that's interesting. I could come up with a pitch for that. Costco for travel. Okay, cybersecurity. So I'm just going to come up with this off the top of my head. This is not polished. This is not refined. Let's say you do a paid presentation and you say, hey, here you go. Oh, this is good. Come to my what into cybersecurity? If what is that word? If you find something that's a hole or a vulnerability, right? So I would probably use a simpler word for this, but find your vulnerability workshop. Find your vulnerability challenge. Okay? So right now, you don't know if you're vulnerable. Now you do know if you're vulnerable. Who is it? Who owned that? Who is that? That has the cybersecurity? Just say me. Frank. So Frank. Hey, my name's Frank, and if you're a small to medium sized business with 5 or more employees, and you are worried that you might have a cybersecurity issue, that you might be exposed, or maybe you've had an issue before, you've seen someone in your business have an issue, and you're worried about regulations, or you're worried about losing money because of XYZ, or you're worried that your data breach might happen. And if your data breach happens, now you got to send that email out to your customers. That email nobody wants to send. It says, hey, our data got breached. Sorry. You don't want to send that email. That's why I'd like to invite you to the Find Your Vulnerability workshop, where in just 2 days, 3 days, 6 hours, whatever, you're going to come on live for me. We're going to do some exercises. We're going to do some tests. And I'm going to show you if you have any vulnerabilities. I'm going to literally live hack you on the event in a controlled environment during the workshop. We're going to do some controlled live hacks, and we're going to discover if you have these vulnerabilities, okay? And so I'm going to show you right now, you're living in uncertainty. You don't know if you're going to have to send that email. And so during this event, I'm going to show you if you have any vulnerabilities and what they are, so you can be certain where you're at in the in the chain of, oh crap, am I going to have to send that email? Am I going to look bad? Am I going to lose money? Am I going to lose customers because I had to tell them that we got breached? Are you vulnerable? You will leave this challenge knowing whether or not you are vulnerable. So you do the challenge or the workshop. Obviously, during the exercises, you show that they're vulnerable. And now they're like, oh my gosh, I'm vulnerable. So now what's the offer? So what's the offer? The offer, I would imagine, would be to patch the vulnerabilities. The gap created, look, your message created a gap. What's the gap? Oh, it's a literal gap. It's a literal hole. It's like a literal gap. So again, come and find out if you're vulnerable. Come to this. Once you complete this workshop, you'll know if you are vulnerable. And once you do, now is an offer, a done-for-you offer to patch those vulnerabilities. Or whatever it is you sell. Make sense? Oh, I see that in all caps. Was that a light? You can turn Frank's audio on.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. So again, I don't know exactly who your market is or whatever, but was that pitch? Is that about what you sell or what who you serve?
We kind of focus on mobile entrepreneurs instead of just like a traditional office. But yeah, that'll work. Doing something similar.
So who's your customer?
Well, we just started selling it. It's typically either high net worth individuals or executives that do a lot of traveling.
Okay, executives who do a lot of traveling. Okay, so what do executives that do a lot of traveling stand to lose through this?
They could get ripped off.
What's their email?
What's their what?
What's their email they'd have to send? The apology, the apology email you have to, when you get hacked?
Data breach notification email.
Yeah, that data. Yeah, it makes you look horrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's their equivalent to that?
It would just be something like, what do you mean? What would the contents be?
If I'm a high net worth individual that travels and I get hacked, what bad thing happens?
Usually they empty your bank account and steal whatever crypto you have.
Ooh, that's good because you can't get the crypto back.
Right.
Okay. Oh my gosh, protect your crypto challenge. Bro, there's so many ways you could go with this. Dude, you know how protect your crypto challenge? Do you have any idea how freaking good that would do? That's such a good offer. Now, I don't know if you can run that on Facebook. I think you can run it on YouTube. But you could just say protect your investments, right? Protect your protect your. I'd have to check if you can run that on ads. But dude, you could literally it's a bull market. Oh my gosh, it's a bull market. I would strike while the iron is hot. I would strike while the iron. Yeah, protect your crypto challenge, dude. Hey, do you have digital investments? Do you have coins? Are you loving this bull market right now? I know you're excited, but my name's Frank Bravata, and I'm here to tell you that you already know so many people every day get hacked, get their investments stolen, get their coins stolen, get their digital currency stolen, get their crypto stolen. And it's especially if you have a high net worth and you're traveling a lot, you're at even higher, okay? Higher of a level for that. So I want you to come to my Protect Your Crypto channel. Now, I know a lot about crypto, right? So just off the top of my head, I'd be like, all right, guys. So Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go buy a hard wallet, right? And then you're gonna take all your money and you're gonna send it to the hard wallet. And then you're gonna take that hard wallet and you're gonna put that in a safe, right? And then from there, you're gonna make sure that they're etched in. What I do is I etch my seed phrases on metal, and then I put them in a safety deposit box. Like you would have to put a gun to my head, take me to the freaking bank, okay? You know, like, but then you can't trade it easily. But if you have anyway, I could go nerdy on it. Point is, you just map out how you would do it, and then they're gonna go, oh my God, that's freaking complicated, right?
Right. Yep.
There's the offer. Okay. It creates a gap. What's the gap? Oh my God, that's complicated. Okay. Or with cybersecurity, what's the gap? Oh my God, I have a vulnerability. I need somebody to patch it. Okay. Anyway, oh, look, Shannon, I totally paid someone $4,000 to tell me how to do this and walk me through it. Guys, listen. Just to give you an example, Frank, I walk some friends through this, right? I'm like, listen, send money, wire money, go open a Coinbase account, get the wire info, wire money to the Coinbase account. Then take that money and immediately, so go out, buy a Ledger hard wallet, Nano X, and then immediately send the money from Coinbase to your Ledger X, right? And then use it to hook up to MetaMask, save your seed phrase in the MetaMask, in the physical drive instead of MetaMask. Now, and I told them this whole thing about how to basically use a hard wallet with MetaMask so that your seed phrase is not installed in MetaMask. And anyway, it's very complicated, but the whole idea was that instead of using MetaMask and having your secret key on your laptop, don't put your password on your laptop, put it in your pocket. That's the big idea. And so I showed them, I explained to them how to do that. There's a way to do that, right? And literally you can keep that in your pocket, and they can't SIM hack you, they can't do none of that unless they physically had the key physically. The big idea here is don't protect digital currency digitally, protect it physically. Okay, anyway, I did that, and they're like, Dan, can I just pay you to get on Zoom and walk me through this? They were like I explained them a path to success. I didn't even do this on purpose. This was just naturally. I explained them a path to success. Look, don't protect your crypto digitally. That's how it gets stolen. Protect it physically. Old method, new method. And then they're like, oh, that makes sense. It's physical. Nobody can SIM hack me. Nobody can call up my cell phone company and hack me. It's impossible because they need the physical card. Why do I need help doing that? Can I pay you to help me? I didn't do it because I did it for free. I just got on there and helped them. But you get my point? I taught them the way to success, which created a gap. Well, crap, that's complicated. Can I pay you to walk me through it? Boom. Does this make sense?
Yeah, that's amazing.
This is what I do, man. This is what I nerd out on. I love this stuff. I do. You can give me the weirdest business ever, and I'll freaking write a whole pitch for it. Okay. All right. So here's how you do this, right? So let me draw this again. If you're not clear on your offer, create an ad or content or traffic, send it to a paid presentation, show them a path to success. Now, Frank, you're not quite clear on what that offer would be, right?
No.
Okay, great. So here's what you do. You sell some tickets, which validates this. You get it on here, and then you say this. You do what I call an open offer. Hey, now that you know how to do this, now that you know that the way to really protect your crypto is to protect it physically rather than digitally. I understand this might be complex for some of you guys. I understand this might be hard. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open up my calendar, And if you guys need help doing this, well, just go book a call and we'll chat about how I can help you. Boom, that's it. They go book a call. They go book a call. You get, let's say you get 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people on a call. Hey, what do you need help with? Maybe 5 of them, maybe 3 or 4 of them give some weird thing or they're not sure, but 5 of them are like, dude, just freaking walk me through it on Zoom. I'll pay you. Next guy, dude, just walk me through on Zoom. I'll pay you. Dude, or they say, dude, I want to make sure I do this right. Can I just come to you? Can I fly out to you to do it? I got a lot of money in crypto. And now you're like, oh, I can create a 1-day event where everybody comes out and we just do it in person so that it makes sure it's good. Or, oh, I can create a Zoom, $5,000, hop on Zoom, I'll set it up. Open freaking offer. You just get on the phone, you show them the path, you get on the phone and you let them tell you the best way to help you take the path. Guys, the money you make is not in the freaking offer, it's in the presentation. That's where it's at. You show them the path to success, you get on an open call with them, and then you let them tell you the best way to take the path. Does this make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not having an offer or not being quite clear on your offer should not stop you from building a profitable presentation. It shouldn't stop you. I see you smiling. You like, oh, I see the smiles. I love it when I see smiles. Okay? All right. All right. So, real quick example. In 1994, Chili's restaurant was struggling with declining sales. Instead of assuming they knew what customers wanted, they did something revolutionary. They started calling customers who hadn't returned in 3 months. Through these conversations, they discovered that customers wanted healthier options, not just better burgers. This insight led to their guiltless grill menu, which doubled their market share within a year. They didn't guess, they asked, then built. Okay? The money's in the presentation, it's not in the offer. All right, we got one more session, guys. One more, and this one you want to stay for. Pitch breakdown. How I sold over $300,000 in 30 minutes, okay? So, you guys are gonna love this, all right? I know I've been going long. Oh, we got plenty of people on. Well, not many people left, okay? All right, we're almost done with day one, guys. So, I think too many people make stuff up. I really think too many people make stuff up. I'm not gonna lie. How many of you think marketing gurus make stuff up? Say me if you think marketing gurus make stuff up, all right? I am not one of those people. And what I am about to tell you will seem impossible, and honestly, unless you were there, it will sound like it is made up. I would expect you to think I made this up. I would expect you to think it. Now, Russell Brunson, and everybody knows who Russell is, I hope you would. Russell Brunson is one of the best marketers and presenters in the world. And so if I tell you he asked me to come speak at his event and repitch his offer, and when I did, I nearly doubled sales in just over 30 minutes, you might call me a liar. As you should. I would probably be like, that's bullshit. I would probably be at least skeptical. So, I'm gonna break down this pitch, but before I do, I absolutely, positively want you to listen to this pitch breakdown with open ears and actually be serious and take it seriously. Thank you, Yesem. I was there. You did it. Thank you. But most of the people on this challenge weren't. And so I would like to just show you very quickly so that you actually take what I'm about to teach you seriously.
Hey, this is Russell Brunson, and I want to make a video really quick to tell you a story about a really cool experience I had recently with Dan Henry. So I own a company called Magnetic Marketing. The person we're publishing in that company is Dan Kennedy, and so it's kind of his core business, teaching all the Kennedy things. And we did an event called Super.
Oh, of course. During the Russell testimonial, it would skip. Well, of course it would. Hold on one second. Oh, I got the spinning wheel. Dude, if my Zoom crashes, I'm gonna be so pissed. Oh, come on. Don't do me dirty. Don't do me dirty.
You're rolling now. You're good now. You were frozen for a minute.
Yeah, it's froze. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. Okay, now let me try it again. This is the only thing I hate about this is tech.
Hey, this is Russell Brunson.
All right. Are you hearing anything, Joe?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna do it easily because you guys can't. Unfreaking believable. Unfreaking believable. Literally playing this thing. Here, let me play it so you can hear it. Can you hear this?
Hey, this is Russell Brunson, and I want to make a video really quick to tell you a story about a really cool experience I had recently with Dan Henry. So I own a company called Magnetic Marketing. The person we're publishing in that company is Dan Kennedy, and so it's kind of his core business, teaching all the Kennedy things. And we did an event called Super Conference, and we had about 400 or 500 people in the room. And at this event, I decided to do a new offer that I'd never done before. It was kind of price strange. It was $10,000 up front, and then it was $1,500 a month. And so when all said and done, it's ends up being a $25,000, $30,000 a year offer. And so I made the pitch on day number 2 and did pretty well. We sold 14 people into the program. And I thought, honestly, I was like, most of the people who bought, like, I did a good job. Like, they bought. And I was pretty confident that we weren't going to get very many sales over the next couple of days. But then Dan Henry came on day number 3 and did a repitch for us. From Dan's repitch, we picked up another 10 sales. So almost doubled the sales from Dan's repitch, which was amazing. And Dan, if you see him speak, he's entertaining, he's exciting, he's fun. Everyone came and just had a great time, not even realizing that he was doing a repitch and getting all of the people who were on the fence to actually take the leap of faith and jump in the program. So grateful for Dan. He's an amazing speaker, great doing repitches, and he helped almost double the sales of our event by coming in and doing the repitch. So thank you, Dan. I appreciate you. And if you have a chance to work with Dan in any of your events, you 100% should do it.
Okay, were you guys able to clearly hear that? Awesome. Can you believe that? Can you believe? I'm like, yeah, let me play this testimony, and then it just freezes. Unreal. Okay. So, that's the reason you found me. Okay, awesome. So here's the deal. Let me explain how I did this and what happened. Okay. I know the Russell Brunson testimonial is crazy. Of course, it would freaking freeze in the middle of that, but I'm glad you guys could hear it. I wanted you to hear it from Russell because I wouldn't believe if somebody said they doubled Russell's sales. I wouldn't believe him. So I really wanted to play that. Okay, so here's what happened at Super Conference. This is what happened. Russell bought Dan Kennedy's company. Now, the room at a Dan Kennedy event is usually doctors, lawyers, chiropractors, okay? These are usually the people in the room. But because Russell bought the company, Russell obviously speaks at the event, and people follow Russell, and he promoted it, and so they ended getting a bunch of funnel people at the event, right? So we got this room now with like 2 different types of people because these people don't even know what a funnel is. These people do, okay? So Russell gets up there and he does the pitch. Now, Russell's a funnel guy. His pitch was great for funnel people. And he sold 14 spots. Great. My repitch was the next day. I didn't have it written. I just walked around and I asked some of the staff, I said, can you ask people the number 1 reason why they didn't invest or what they're confused about? So we started going around and asking, and people just, most of the people that were confused were the doctors, lawyers, and chiropractors. And they were like, what the hell is a webinar? I don't know what a webinar is. Like, what's a funnel, And I was like, oh, I know what to do. So I get up on stage the next day and I tell a story. I say, man, I said, I've never really been a big I've never really done the chiropractic thing, you know? But one time I went and I got an adjustment, and I go into the chiropractor's office, and it was I can't remember, it was like for a free adjustment or a $50 adjustment or something. And I go in and there's all these people there, and they were all getting an adjustment. And the chiropractor he gets on a board and he starts teaching stuff about spine. He does this like presentation. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, this is like a webinar. Like, this chiropractor's kind of doing a webinar. He's doing like a presentation to a group of people trying to sell them a chiropractic care plan. It's a terrible webinar because nobody bought, because he did a terrible job, but that's what he was doing. And, you know, it got me thinking, right? You know, a lot of people think that Steve Jobs built Apple because he was innovative, and he was, but most people misunderstand what innovation is. Innovation is not creating. Innovation is when you borrow a concept from another industry and you adapt it to your own. Most people don't actually realize that. So, you know the MagSafe Apple power connector? You know, it just pops off. Do you know how Steve Jobs actually came up with that idea? It wasn't his idea. He went to Japan and he found that the Japanese had these rice cookers. And in order to prevent, because, you know, the rice cooker would be plugged in. If a child went and tripped over the rice cooker would fall and scald the child. And so he goes, oh, wow, people are all, and the cord to the rice cooker was magnetic. That's what the Japanese did. They made a magnetic cord. So if somebody tripped over the rice cooker cord, it would just pop off. And he's like, oh my God, that's brilliant. People are always tripping over their laptop cord. Who here is old like me and you've tripped over a laptop cord back in the day, right? Now your laptop's all messed up. She's like, people are always tripping over their laptop cords. He's like, I should do that for laptops. MagSafe. And what's funny is now it's back. Now that's what all the new MacBook Pros have. They have the MagSafe. And so, because they took it away for a while, because it's awesome. It's great. It just pops off. And so he introduced the MagSafe connector, which set Apple, it didn't set them on the map, but it was one of the things that really made them different. And they sold a ton, and they're now they're able to sell new laptops because it has the MagSafe, right? He innovated because he borrowed an idea from another industry that had nothing to do with his industry, and he adapted it to beat his competitors. Now think about this for a moment. If you're a doctor, if you're a lawyer, if you're a chiropractor, how many of you here think that your competitors are doing webinars? Anybody? No, they're not doing webinars. Probably like you, they don't even know what it is. But right now you're in a room and you have an opportunity to borrow this incredibly effective method from another industry, adapt it to your industry. Because let me tell you, if you did a webinar and you did it properly for your chiropractic, imagine you got a bunch of people and you did this webinar presentation, but you did it live. And you could sign up 5, 10, 15 clients at a time. You have an opportunity to borrow a seemingly unrelated tactic from another industry, adapt it to your industry, something that your competitors are too afraid to do, don't want to do, or can't even wrap their brains around doing. And you have an opportunity to learn from one of the best in the world at it. Now, are you going to be like your competitors? Or are you going to be like Steve Jobs? Because at the end of the day, I believe you are all here. You got on a plane and you came here not because you're chiropractors, not because you're doctors, not because you're lawyers, because you embrace concepts like innovation that set you apart from the rest of the people that do what you do. And that's why you're special. And that's why you're here right now. It was something like that. Okay? That was part of the pitch. And when I did that, they were like, oh my God, I get it. I get it. I get it. And we sold 10 more at 25, 30,000. So that's, it was, I think over the course of their 12 months, it was, so that's like 300 grand. Yeah. So they sold 10 and then somebody else upgraded. So it ended up being over 300 grand. Okay. And that took me about 30 minutes. Why? Because I simply connected the freaking dots. I explained it simply. I used analogy. I used example. I made it simple. So these people got it. They got it. They got it. But these people didn't get it. It was not personalized. So for one, for them, for these people, it was fantastic. But for them, maybe it was entertaining. Russell's incredibly entertaining, but it wasn't personalized. It wasn't irrefutable, and it wasn't clear. You see, it was entertaining because I told a story. It was personalized because I used an example from a chiropractic industry that I walked in. Oh yeah, we've done those before. Oh yeah, we don't call it a webinar, but that's what it is. I made it irrefutable because I made them tell me, and I did the thing. I said, who's the most valuable computer company? Who did that? Steve Jobs, okay? And hey, have you ever tripped over a laptop? Yes, I have, right? That's irrefutable, okay? It's irrefutable. You cannot argue. You cannot argue that Steve Jobs was innovative. And that's why, one of the reasons why Apple succeeded. And I made it clear by very clearly explaining, listen, if you get a bunch of people whether it's online or in person, if you explain to people how they can benefit from your law practice, from your chiropractic, whatever, and you explain it to them all at the same time, and then you make an offer to be a client, a percentage of those will come, and now you'll get 5, 10 clients at a time, right? Instead of one at a time. And they're like, oh, I get it now. Bye. Okay? So I just took it and I made it entertaining, personalized, irrefutable, and clear for these people by using all those things. Does everybody get this stuff right now? I got one more thing to share very quickly, but look, here's the principle. You'll never be broke if you know what to say. Now listen, I believe if I can build a pitch for Russell that works that good, I can build one for you. So I would like to make an admission right now. Tomorrow, I will be making an offer. My goal is to teach you so much amazing stuff this week that helps you build your business, that you want to stick with me and my team and have us help you build your paid presentation. So I want to admit to you that I will be making an offer at the end of tomorrow to work with me and my team personally to fill the room with the right people, say the right thing, and make the right offer. Now, VIP will get an opportunity first tomorrow to apply because we're only taking on a limited amount of spots because we are actually working with you. This is not a course or a coaching program. It's a completely different thing. VIP will get to apply tomorrow morning and general at the end of day 2. And then we still have day 3. And we still have the bonus on day 4. So your homework is the following. Post your biggest takeaway in the Epic Pitch Challenge group. Now, I would prefer you do it on video. Post a video in there, okay? Put text in the video, make a text post, that's fine, but if you can, do a text and video. Why? The reason you're doing this is because, look, maybe you caught something that someone else didn't catch, and by you sharing that thing, you've now helped somebody else, and that's just a good thing to do. And number 2, it allows you to practice being on camera. If you can explain your big takeaway from me, and you can do that on camera confidently, it helps warm you up for being on camera when you explain what you do. So that's what you want to do there. And then next, you want to go and you want to fill out the feedback survey at epicpitch.com/survey1. Can we put that in the chat, please? epicpitch.com/survey1. When you do this, what it's going to do is if I said anything that was not clear, which I'm sure I did, I'm not perfect, it's going to tell me, because you're going to be able to give us feedback, okay? And what I'll do is I'll look at that feedback and I will make some adjustments to day 2 to make sure it's clear so that I can help you. So epicpitch.com/survey1. If you do that on the next page, you will get my Tony Robbins pitch breakdown. It's a Loom video. It'll be on the next page after the survey. My Tony Robbins pitch, you're gonna love that. I broke down Tony Robbins, one of his pitches, live commentary. You're gonna love it. It's epicpitch.com/survey1, okay? So one more time, post your biggest takeaway in the challenge group. Make sure, if you can, do it on video. It's really gonna help anybody who maybe didn't catch what you caught. It's gonna help us. It's like a community thing, right? Like maybe I said something that I didn't even realize I said, and you're like, oh, when I said this, this clicked. And now somebody else sees it, and that one video, them watching your little video, sharing a takeaway, could actually end up being something that changes their life. So please post your takeaway in the group. Practice being on camera by doing that. Fill out the survey, and get your Tony Robbins pitch breakdown. Okay. Also, workbook day 2. Joe, do we have that ready for them, or are we sending that tomorrow? We got that ready?
Yes, it's ready.
What is the link?
Well, tomorrow it will be the same link as today, but for today, it's I'll put it in the chat. Let me grab it from Gary. But it should be workbook-2. Let me just check it.
Workbook-2? Okay, so
epicpitch.com/workbook-2. Yes, exactly.
Okay. Woof! My voice is going to be completely gone by day 3. I can already tell. It's already getting a little Tony-y. But I hope you guys had a great time. Congratulations on attending this first day. I had a fantastic time with you. I had a great time. I loved it, and I hope you loved it as well. Thank you all so much. I will see you on day 2. Complete your workbooks. Do the homework. All right. All right, guys. Awesome.